product with food and agriculture exports averaging 35 to 40 billion dollars per year. Of these, agricultural products, including coffee and food, worth 8 billion pass through intra-regional trade each year. And according to the McKinsey report, this calls for the need for us to have serious protection of the African food systems against the pandemic. COVID-19 has exposed the critical weakness of agricultural systems in Africa, and in particular, the growing concern over the coffee value chain. The International Coffee Organization predicts a loss of exports estimated at between value of exports of between $100 and $200 million, which could affect about 6.6 million jobs in the coffee sector. And the East African region, which is the biggest growing region for coffee in Africa, is particularly hit because of that. This pandemic has dealt a major blow to the coffee economy, and we see that global prices had already been bad for producers worldwide, even before the onset of the pandemic. Unfortunately, the pandemic worsened the trend of the coffee price, and it fell, of course, to the detriment of the vulnerable smallholder producers in Africa. And this is why we are working to build the resilience that would protect our producers. So, in partnership with the Afreximbank, the International Coffee Organization, ICO, the Center for Agriculture and Bioscience International, CABI, the African Union Commission and the European Commission, we have a project that totals 15 million euro, which was designed specifically to address this challenge, whose conclusion awaits the AU-EU summit, which was to take place in October but had to be postponed due to the escalation of the pandemic in Europe. Now, in addition to this, with the same partners, we have been working diligently towards the launch of the African Coffee Facility with a fund of US dollars 950 million aimed at transforming the coffee value chain in Africa. And to this, the Afreximbank has already made a serious commitment. And I believe the president of the bank will mention that. So barring COVID-19 disruptions, in partnership with the bank, we believe that they will be able to launch the facility very soon. A key lasting legacy of the Honorable Dr. Afriye Akoto will be the way he has steered the organization in concluding the discussions and the finalization of the IACO agreement, which is due for consideration and for adoption at the forthcoming 60th Annual General Assembly, which will be on Friday this week. This is a landmark because when the organization was formed in 1960, it was focused on the interests of the coffee-producing countries, but with the creation of the African Continental Free Trade Area, the promotion of intra-Africa trade is now paramount, and IACO's membership is therefore going to be opened up to the African coffee consuming countries. In that way, all of African nations will become eligible as members of IACO. Personally, as I complete my term of office as Secretary General of this organization, and looking back at the accomplishments that we have made, I would like to express my gratitude to the board members of IACO and all the IACO delegates for the support that has been rendered to me during my term of office. And I specifically want to thank the President of the Republic of Cote d'Ivoire, His Excellency Alassane Ouattara, for the positive response to my request that I made for a plot of land for the construction of the IACO headquarters. And ladies and gentlemen, once this headquarters is completed, the complex of the IACO headquarters will significantly transform IACO's image and will also generate some revenue for the organization, while also bringing much pride to our host country. And I'm proud to be associated with this project. I wish my successor all God's blessings as he will take over the responsibility as new Secretary General in the course of 2021. And I thank the Secretariat and the staff of IACO for their commitment and hard work. And I request them to render even greater support to the new Secretary General once he will take office next year. Since this is my last General Assembly as Secretary General, I wish to wish you all God's blessings, and may God bless our coffee industry. And I thank you all. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for listening to me. That was my word as Secretary General, and I want to invite the hosts, Ghana Cocoa Board, who will give us the welcome remarks. And at this point, I would like to invite I want to invite Dr. Ajema. Dr. Ajema Domo is the Deputy Chief Executive of the Ghana Cocoa Board. So he will come and do the welcome to the guests.
Thank you, Secretary General. Your Excellency, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, being represented this morning by the Honorable Minister of Food and Agriculture, Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriyie Akoto, Your Excellency, Helen Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, IACO's patron, Professor Bennett Orama, President.
English translation.
Professor Bennett Orama, President of the African Export-Import Bank.
Okay.
Mr. Jose said, Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization, ICO. Your Excellency, Ambassador Josepha Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission, Honorable Ministers, Secretary General, Inter-African Coffee Organization, representatives of diplomatic missions, international organization, bilateral and multilateral cooperation and funding institutions, as well as representatives of regional and sub-regional organizations, the chairman of the African Fine Coffee Association, the chairman of the Association of Robusta Coffee of Africa and Madagascar, delegates from IACO member states, executives, workers, and economic operators of the coffee sector, representatives of NGOs, non-governmental organizations, cooperatives, and associations of the coffee sector, distinguished guests, members of the press corps, ladies and gentlemen. I'll say good morning to everyone. I feel much honored to be part of the opening ceremony of the Inter-African Coffee Organization 2020 meeting being hosted virtually in Accra by the Republic of Ghana. The annual IACO meeting has brought together representatives from the organization's member states, invited observers from international organizations and the private sector and wider coffee stakeholders, including farmers, to deliberate on key areas of the coffee sector and to share ideas on how to raise the standard of the African coffee sector. I must say that preparations of this meeting began almost a year ago initial plans to hold physical meetings as have been the case over the years. We have, however, been compelled to adopt the virtual method due to the current global pandemic, COVID-19, which has made international travels and meetings quite a challenge. Whatever the case may be, Ghana Cocoa Board, and for that matter, Ghana, is proud to host this event, which marks the 60th edition of IACO General Assembly and associated meetings. We are committed to ensuring successful events. Once a thriving coffee producer, Ghana's coffee industry has suffered dwindling fortunes over the last 20 years. I am happy to say, however, that a recent set of government initiatives, combined with a new wave of investment and some innovative entrepreneurs, is changing that. The Ghana Cocoa Board, the government agency with oversight responsibility over the coffee sector in Ghana, has continued to provide services and inputs required to facilitate the growth and sustenance of the sector. These include, but not limited to, the following: research and development, seedling production and distribution, technical backstopping and training, extension delivery, disease and pest control, inspection and certification, regulation, that is the marketing of coffee, international cooperation. The annual General Assembly of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, held in Accra, Ghana in November 2009, was a great impetus to re-emphasize the coffee, where the government, through Ghana Cocoa Board, swiftly allocated some $4.5 United States for 4-year period to expand the production. Emerging coffee brands are exploring sustainable farming methods and pioneering social impact schemes to produce fine Robusta. While this species of coffee isn't usually considered specialty, some Ghanaian producers are confident that it is possible to produce high quality Robusta, and that can help revitalize the nation's coffee industry. Earlier this year, IACO organized a special forum hosted by Ghana, which was geared towards rejuvenating the African coffee sector. The forum was focused on how to seize opportunities presented by the Africa Continental Free Trade Area, the African Coffee Facility, and other public-private partnership in transforming the African coffee sector. Cocoa Board, that is Ghana Cocoa Board, has over the past few years implemented several interventions in the area of coffee production, pricing, and marketing in an effort to make the coffee sector as profitable as the cocoa sector. Government and Cocoa Board have supported the establishment of Coffee Federation of Ghana, a private sector-led initiative that brings together farmers, exporters, processors. In October 2018, we launched a strategic plan for Ghana's diversification of coffee production. All these are indications that we are making progress in supporting the coffee sector. As part of the government of Ghana's flagship program to support the Ghana Beyond AIDS agenda, the Planting for Food and Rural Export (PED) program has been rolled out. The PED is through the joint effort of the Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development and the Ministry of Food and Agriculture. This program will support the production and supply of free planting materials for 8 commodity value chains, including coffee, to create a sustainable raw material base to spur up the decentralized industrialization drive through one district, one factory initiative. Prospects are therefore high for the Ghana coffee sector. We are optimistic that the various stakeholders in the coffee sector participating in this conference will facilitate sharing of ideas and creation of strategies for a thriving sector. I will therefore urge all participants at this meeting to fully participate in the deliberations to ensure a very successful outcomes. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Jomo. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Dr. Emmanuel Opoku, who is going to make a few remarks on behalf of the Chief Executive of the Ghana Cocoa Board, who for some reason is unable to connect with us this morning. Dr. Opoku, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. I believe everybody can hear me. Yes, thank you very much.
Yes, we can hear you.
Yes, good morning to everyone. And a slight correction here. I am I'm making the remarks on behalf of the Honorable Minister of Food and Agriculture, Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriye Akutu. So that's the slight correction there. Your Excellency, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo of the Republic of Ghana, represented by the Honorable Minister of Food and Agriculture of Ghana, Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriye Akutu. Your Excellency, Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of the Federal Republic of Ethiopia, IACO's patron. Your Excellency, Professor Benedict Orama, President of the African Export-Import Bank. Your Excellency, Mr. Jose Seti, Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization. Your Excellency, Ambassador Josefa Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission. Honorable Ministers, Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriye Akutu, Minister for Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Frederick Kauma, Secretary General, Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, ambassadors, representatives of diplomatic corps, international organization, bilateral and multilateral cooperation and funding institutions, as well as representatives of regional and sub-regional organizations, the chairman of the African Fine Coffees Association, the chairman of the Association for Robusta Coffee of Africa and Madagascar, ladies and gentlemen, honorable delegates from IACO member states, ladies and gentlemen, executives, workers, and economic operators of the coffee sector, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of NGOs, cooperatives and associations in the coffee sector, distinguished guests, members of the press corps, ladies and gentlemen. First and foremost, on behalf of the government and people of Ghana, I would like to virtually welcome you to Accra as we participate in the 2020 annual meetings of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, IACO. We had made elaborate plans to host you physically, but alas, we have been overtaken by the COVID disruptions. Nevertheless, we will still look forward to hosting you physically in the near future for another celebration. Ghana was greatly honored to be the chair of this year's annual General Assembly, at which we will adopt a new agreement aimed at bringing our African coffee consuming countries on board into IACO. This is a significant landmark for our organization. As you know, Ghana is an agricultural country and the second largest global cocoa producer after Cote d'Ivoire. And in 2018-19, we produced about 900,000 tons. We also produce coffee, though in a small volume compared to cocoa. Coffee growing, introduced in the 18th century, almost disappeared after the collapse of prices on the global markets in 1980s. In fact, the fall in coffee prices led Ghanaian farmers to focus exclusively on cocoa growing, making Ghana globally the second largest cocoa producer behind its Ivorian neighbor. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in 2010, cocoa in turn experienced a fall in prices. To mitigate the negative effects of the decline, the government of Ghana decided to diversify agriculture and revive the coffee growing. Thus, between 2010 and 2014, the government, and more specifically, the Ghana Cocoa Board, took an interest in the coffee sector again by launching a pilot program offering extension services, free seedlings, and fertilizers, among others, to coffee farmers. The seed production division, which is one of Ghana Cocoa Board's divisions, has been given the responsibility of multiplying the seedlings. Ghana Cocoa Board ensured farmers were well informed about good coffee production practices for them to have good yields. At the same time, Ghana Cocoa Board was also exploring ways to maintain minimum prices to encourage farmers. I must also underline that alongside the government and the Ghana Cocoa Board, we have supported the establishment of the Coffee Federation of Ghana, a private sector initiative made up of coffee farmers, exporters, and processors. Thus, we are making progress in supporting the coffee sector. Before a farmer starts growing coffee, they have to register with this federation. With this body and Ghana Cocoa Board as the regulator and looking at global coffee prices, we will be able to set a farm gate coffee price in Ghana that will not discourage the producers in view of our increasing domestic consumption. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as I have already stated, Ghana is an agricultural country. Thus, the government and the people of Ghana were greatly delighted by the prospect to host IACO's 60th annual meetings, and particularly the 8th African Coffee Symposium, which has its main theme, ramping up Africa's coffee productivity and enhancing the efficiency in the coffee value chain. This theme challenges Africa's coffee sector as a whole, in that it raises the issue of transforming African coffee growing from a subsistence farming approach to a modernized, competitive, and sustainable coffee industry focusing on quality and productivity, profitability for all stakeholders, and especially to farmers. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, as you know, African coffee is currently playing a major role in the development of IACO member states by its contribution to the GDP of these countries. However, the constraints to its sustainability are important to note. Natural hazards, including climate change, are increasing. The coffee market remains uncertain with the volatility of global prices. The structuring of farmers is still poor. New agricultural policies are hardly implemented in general, despite the certain reforms in some of our member states. Notwithstanding these constraints, family farming is changing. Some farmers are equipping themselves with new knowledge, integrating products with higher added value, consolidating their economic organizations, and strengthening their participation in public policies. However, the majority are still left behind. In some countries, the dynamics of implementing training for young farmers is a guarantee of hope and motivation and an embryo for the transformation of family farming. A major constraint is the lack of access to affordable credit. To achieve the required transformation, farmers must invest in modern techniques and appropriate technologies. Unfortunately, farmers have poor resources, but must have access to appropriate financial services, including insurance services specifically designed for the agricultural sector. Some farmer organizations have savings and credit associations, but they also have some challenges. These financial services, and especially the systems for provision of credit, are inadequate to meet the farmers' demands. The volumes of credit available for agriculture in banks and other financial institutions are small compared to the size of demand, mainly focusing on short-term credit. Moreover, it is largely unaffordable. Affordable, medium, and long-term credit facilities are largely unavailable. Thus, young farmers and agricultural organizations are particularly disadvantaged with respect to access to credit. Unfortunately, the lack of knowledge and mistrust remain great between agricultural and financial sectors, hence hindering innovation efforts. Given that the interest rates offered, especially by microfinance institutions, are often difficult to reconcile with the level of profitability of family farming activities, farmers are greatly discouraged. The supply of financial services is not adapted to the systemic nature of the financing needs of family farmers, who very often combine food and commercial agricultural production. Different forms of animal husbandry, and often other non-agricultural activities. The farmers need a living income that can cater for their needs, including food, security, school, health, and others. Ladies and gentlemen, the theme of the symposium challenges us. The symposium offers us a relevant platform to address all these challenges of African coffee in order to propose appropriate solutions to enable Africa to regain its position as a major producer of exceptional coffees. Our common objective is to revitalize the African coffee sector to induce the creation of added value on the product by increasing the volume of national production, especially to take advantage of the market opportunities in the African continental free trade area. The income of coffee producers, as well as our national export earnings, added value at the national level through final processing and increasing the domestic or national, regional, and continental consumption. It was for this reason that I was personally excited by the partnership between IACO and African Bank in the establishment of the Africa Coffee Facility. Though we had looked forward to launching the facility this year, this was also affected by the COVID-19 disruptions. However, we are delighted by the interest that the European Union has expressed in supporting Africa's development efforts, and we look forward to their support being added to the pledge we received from African Bank towards the Africa Coffee Facility. I know that this will make a big difference in the African coffee industry. In addition, the reassurance we have received from the AU Commissioner for Agriculture regarding coffee status as a strategic crop under the AU's agriculture agenda is greatly encouraging. I trust that with all this goodwill, the intra-African trade in coffee after that's a free trade area will be a vibrant business. We hope that our farmers will become significant beneficiaries of a win-win strategy in the promotion of African coffee. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I am confident that the deliberations of these annual meetings, and particularly the conclusions of the 8th African Coffee Symposium, will help IACO member states to better face the challenges of African coffee and thus increase its impact in the economic development of these countries in order to achieve the greatly desired economic emergence. I'm particularly looking forward to our adoption of a new agreement on Friday as we bring on board the African coffee consuming countries into IACO. As Minister of Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana, it has been a great pleasure and such an honor to serve as chair of this organization this year. I'm grateful for all the support I have received. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you, Dr. Poku, for the statement on behalf of the chairman of IACO. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I will, at this juncture, introduce to you our next speaker, who is none other than Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako. And I will just tell you briefly about her. Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Leonel Correa Sako. She's an Angolan national and a leading African agronomist, and she's currently the Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Economy, all those things that go. It's a very long name now, but yes, our dear Commissioner of Agriculture at the African Union Commission. And prior to her election in January 2017, she was special advisor to the two ministers in Angola, the Angolan Minister of Environment, where she served as ambassador responsible for climate change, and also advisor to the Minister of Agriculture in charge of food security and poverty reduction. Ambassador Sako was also the former Secretary General of the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization. She's my predecessor at IACO. And during her tenure at IACO, one of the first ever intergovernmental organizations to be created in Africa in 1960, she oversaw the coffee economy of the 25 African coffee producing countries and successfully championed the empowerment of small-scale coffee farmers across the continent by setting up regional centers of excellence for capacity building of the member states, genetic material conservation, coffee quality improvement, and cup testing center in Cote d'Ivoire, in Uganda, and in Cameroon and Zambia. Ambassador Sako has built up her international profile and reputation through consulting and working with several regional and global institutional organizations on agriculture over the years. And these include the World Trade Organization, the African Union, the International Coffee Organization, the African Development Bank, the Afrexim Bank, UNECA, and AUDA, NEPAD, and others. In recognition of her meritorious service, Ambassador Sako has received numerous awards and recognitions. And since 2018, she has served as a member of the United Nations Champions, 12.3, a global coalition of sustainable champions. And at the invitation of the United Nations Secretary General, she joined this Scale Up Nutrition SUN movement, which led movement lead group in May 2018 in recognition of her strong commitment to fight against malnutrition. And she was named one of the 100 most influential people in climate policy in March 2019. I could go on, but I think I'll not take up her time because she needs to give her speech this morning. Your Excellency, Madam Josepha Sako, my dear sister, you're very much welcome to address us today.
Thank you very much, my dear brother, colleague, Fred, and good afternoon, every one of you. It's already good afternoon here in Addis Ababa. and good morning still in West Africa. So we really would like to welcome all of you. And so let me make my statement. His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, be represented by His Excellency Dr. Owusu Afriyi Akoto, my dear brother, Minister of Food and Agriculture and the Chairperson of the African Union Commission. His Excellency Dr. Aile Mariam Desalegn, former former Prime Minister of the Federal Democratic Republic of Ethiopia and IACO patron, my dear brother as well. His Excellency Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriyi Akoto, the Minister of Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana and the current chairperson of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, Professor Benedict Orama, the president, African Bank president, my dear brother, my long-term friend, Dr. Distinguished my brother Joseph Sete, the executive director of the International Coffee Organization, Dr. Frederick Kauma, my brother, IACO Secretary General, distinguished distinguished delegates of IACO member states, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is my privilege and honor to welcome Your Excellencies and distinguished guests to the 2020 Annual General Assembly of the Inter-African Coffee Organization on behalf of the chairperson of the African Union Commission, His Excellency Musa Faki Mahamat. I do hope everyone is keeping safe even as COVID continues to spike all over the world. And I'm really delighted to join this big coffee family again to do my statement. It's always a pleasure to join, to join all the coffee family and leverage progress, and continue working together. Coffee, as we all know, is no doubt the major commodity in Africa and one of the most highly consumed beverage in the world. According to the International Coffee Organization, 120 million people, including 25 million small-scale farmers, rely on coffee for their livelihoods worldwide. Coffee was indeed the second most exported primary commodity after oil in value terms during most of the 70s and until up to the 2000, year 2000. However, since then, it has lost its prominence to other agricultural commodities such as palm oil and soybeans. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Africa has the highest number of coffee producing countries in the world and the largest population involved in growing and processing coffee. They are mostly smallholder farmers who are highly dependent on revenue for this commodity. It is estimated that about 10 million farmers and workers derive their livelihood from the African coffee economy. Unfortunately, coffee production in Africa has lost traction in recent years. The continent's share in global output decreased from 17.6% in 1990 to 10.8% in 2016, as production has broadly stagnated for 2 decades. Over the same period, African share in the total value of global export fell by a greater proportion from 21% in 1990 to only 9.4% in 2016. We need to revive the coffee industry in Africa. The African Continental Free Trade Agreement, the IFCFTA, that is set to commence trading on the 1st of January 2021, could indeed be the fillip to boost coffee trade in Africa. The IFCFTA will bring 55 African countries together, a population of 1.3 billion people, and a combined GDP of more than 3.4 billion US dollar. However, for coffee to reap the maximum benefit from the free trade agreement, stakeholders must address the challenge of production and productivity, especially in the context of climate change and increased transformation and value addition. Currently, almost 90% of the coffee from Africa is traded as coffee beans, while at the same time the continent imported processed coffee was almost about 700 million US dollar in 2014, and this figure is on the rise with a growing coffee culture in Africa in urban areas, with the rise of the middle class resulting in a growth of coffee house on the continent. We can see all over the continent, our youth have really got the habit of consuming coffee, unlike our generations. With Africa's abundant natural resources and long history of coffee production, Africa's coffee industry need to grow rapidly within the next few years if we want to take the dividends of the IFCFTA, perhaps even dominating the global market, because we have 60% of the arable land worldwide. It is here on our continent, so we can also dominate the global market. The African Union Commission is already working hand in hand with IACO to ensure that coffee is a strategic commodity for the continent, and the commodity has the potential to contribute to the realization of the Malabo commitment and the objective of Agenda 2063 under its aspiration number 1 of the Africa we want. It is for this reason that we have initiated the process of the official recognition of coffee as a strategic commodity for the Malabo Declaration, and IACO to be recognized as a specialized agency of the African Union. We are also negotiating with our CSTA, our Specialized Technical Committee, that is going to take place next year, so that we can really officially make coffee, IACO, as one of the specialized agencies. We need really to revamp and take dividend of this important commodity. I would also like to commend all the good work that my successor, my brother Fred Kawuma, did for IACO. IACO still stands. It's a big organization, and we have to continue. We hope that we will elect during this edition a very good Secretary General to continue what we have left behind. My brother Fred, I really wish you all the best in your endeavor and your future life, and congratulations for all what you achieved during your tenure. So with this, I wish you fruitful deliberation, and I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Ambassador Josefa Sako. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to invite our next speaker this morning, who is none other than the Executive Director of the International Coffee organization. The International Coffee Organization is a UN agency which is specialized on coffee matters for International Coffee Corporation. So it's a pleasure this morning to introduce to you Mr. Doste Sete, who became the executive director of the International Coffee Organization in May 2017. Before rejoining this organization, he was executive director of the International Cotton Advisory Committee, IACO, from January 2014 to April 2017. And then he served previously in IACO as an interim executive director from November 2010 to November 2011. And before then as head of operations in that same organization from 2007 to 2012. Mr. Sete has extensive experience as a consultant to trade associations specializing in international trade matters, and he was superintendent for development of the Chamber of Commerce of the state of Rio de Janeiro and Secretary General of the Brazilian Coffee Association of Exporters, ABCAFE. And in the private sector, he worked for 10 years at Intercontinental de Café SA, a leading Brazilian coffee trading house, where he was a trader and head of the technical department. He also worked in the Inter-American Development Bank in Washington, D.C., USA, and began his career with the Brazilian Coffee Institute, which is the government agency responsible for regulation of the coffee sector in Brazil. Mr. Jose Sete graduated from the American University in Washington with an MBA in finance and from Yale University with a BA in administrative science. My brother, Jose Sete, I would like to invite you to take the floor and address us this morning or afternoon, depending on where the delegates are. Thank you.
Thank you, Fred, for these kind words. First, let's go through the protocol. Dr. Emmanuel Opoku, Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Cocoa Board. In this act, representing His Excellency Dr. Owuzo Afriye Akoto, Minister of Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana, and the Chairperson of IACO, Dr. Emmanuel Duomo, the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Ghana Cocoa Board, Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, former Prime Minister of Ethiopia and patron of IACO, my sister and namesake, Excellency Ambassador Josefa Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union, Professor Benedict Orama, President of the Afrexim Bank, Monsieur Anselme Gouton, President of ACRAM, Mr. Amir Hamza, Chairman of AFCA. I could not end this list without a special salute to Fred Kawuma, the outgoing Secretary General of IACO. Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Chairman, it is a great honor and a true pleasure to present my opening remarks to the 60th Annual General Assembly of the Inter-African Coffee Organization and the 8th African Coffee Symposium. I would like at the outset to thank the government of Ghana for hosting this virtual event. It would have been a great opportunity for me personally to visit Ghana for the first time on this auspicious occasion, but these difficult and sad times we have been living in since March of this year due to the COVID-19 outbreak has made this impossible. I am truly sorry that we cannot all meet in person. As a result of the pandemic, we can no longer take for granted the little pleasures that were once part of our life, like chatting with a friend over a cup of coffee at our local coffee shop. I send my deepest condolences to all those who have lost loved ones and friends to this devastating disease, but also in the hope that we can all move forward and succeed together. Let me start by joining the guest of honor and other distinguished speakers and delegates in congratulating Dr. Fred Kawuma, my dear friend, on his accomplishments at the head of IACO, and in paying tribute to his contribution to a number of initiatives aiming to unlock the potential of African coffee. For many years, IACO has played a positive and constructive role in promoting the cohesive participation of African members in the work of the International Coffee Organization. Indeed, as an instrument of regional cooperation for coffee, the IACO has always given voice to African interests at crucial times in the life of the ICO. I have no doubt that the incoming Secretary General will maintain the same dynamic to mobilize the support of all development partners. The ICO considers it crucial to maintain an effective collaboration with IACO in order to achieve a sustainable coffee sector in Africa. Chairman, coffee is one of the oldest internationally traded commodities, but above all, it is native to Africa. Africa should therefore continue to express and defend its viewpoints and interests, which justify and reinforce the importance of IACO. I remain convinced of the need to do everything possible, not only in Africa, but throughout the world, to ensure the continuity of IACO and its success in stability. We are all aware that the coffee industry in producing countries has been experiencing a price crisis over the last 4 years, which has been aggravated by the pandemic. In this context, what should be the corrective policy for African countries? The theme of the 8th African Coffee Symposium, which is ramping up Africa's coffee productivity and enhancing efficiency in the coffee value chain, tackles the ongoing debate on the sustainability of the coffee sector in producing countries and the opportunities for Africa. The ICO's Coffee Development Report of 2020, which is in the final phases of preparation and is entitled Global Coffee Value Chains, Sustainability, Inclusiveness, and Resilience, provides evidence on the economic, social, and environmental impact of the coffee value chain with a focus on coffee-producing countries. One of the main findings of this expert analysis is that the coffee sector provides value addition potential along the value chain through product upgrading, which is in terms of quality and convenience, functional upgrading in terms of increased processing, and process upgrading, which is higher efficiency. Now, how and to which degree individual countries integrate themselves in the global value chain and consequently capture value depends on a variety of factors, including natural endowments, economic development, domestic industrial policy, and international trade regimes. Africa is a land of great opportunity for the future growth of the coffee industry. However, this change requires a transformation that allows countries to shift from subsistence-oriented agriculture, as is the case in many coffee African coffee producing countries towards a more market-oriented, highly productive, efficient, and profitable activity. Furthermore, I would like to encourage each of you, the leaders of the African coffee sector, to aim to achieve an inclusive coffee value chain in Africa by addressing critical challenges, including credit availability and affordability, among others, as well as removing barriers to regional trade. And here the African continental free trade area is a very promising development. Ladies and gentlemen, I share the view that a number of these challenges can be expressed through strong cooperation with bilateral and multilateral financial institutions. On this point, I am glad to note the interests of the African Export-Import Bank to support IACO in its strategy of building a sustainable and resilient African coffee industry. In my latest address to the Council of the ICO, I stated that working together is the only way to succeed, to overcome this crisis, and to show the world, to consumers, to development partners, to industry, that in spite of all our differences, we have a common goal. We must be able to find common solutions to mitigate the impact of the pandemic. We must be able to effectively mobilize additional resources to help achieve the prosperity of farmers, and we must be capable of building a profitable and sustainable coffee sector for all its stakeholders. Now let me say a few words about domestic and regional consumption. Expanding domestic coffee consumption is crucial for the promotion of an inclusive value chain transformation of the coffee industry in Africa, as well as to contribute to a global equilibrium between supply and demand. Collective efforts should then be encouraged in this regard. Indeed, a buoyant world consumption will help maintain a fair balance between supply and demand and sustain prices at relatively high levels. The ongoing project on promoting domestic coffee consumption, financed by the ICO's special fund, is a catalyst to encourage further financial support to reveal investment opportunities in the continent. I cannot conclude these brief remarks without once more congratulating Dr. Fred Kawuma for his remarkable work during the last 8 years. I am glad to see that among the dignitaries present today, we have another old friend and former Secretary General of IACO, Ambassador Josefa Sacco. In the same way that Josefa Sacco is currently occupying an important post in the African Union, I hope that we will have the opportunity to again see Fred, perhaps in a different capacity, in the future. I congratulate all delegates for maintaining the unity of the African coffee family. Africa should continue to express and defend its viewpoints and interests, which justifies and reinforces the importance of the Inter-African Coffee Organization. I would like to assure you, all of you, that I and my entire team are completely at your disposal to respond to any requests you may wish to make to strengthen our cooperation. I am convinced that the IACO and the ICO will continue to combine their efforts to ensure a sustainable coffee economy in Africa. In this new economic environment, it is up to all of us to ensure that the sweeping changes that are taking place will be of benefit to the coffee growers in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jose Sete, for those great remarks that you have made and for your kind words concerning me. It is the grace of God that has brought me to this place and will carry me forward. And at this juncture, it is my very great pleasure to introduce to you another very good friend. We met for the first time that I met him personally was in 2015 at the AFDB annual meeting, and we chatted a bit, and from then we have been in touch, and it's been a great pleasure to see Professor Orama taking up office as the president of the Afrexim Bank, and now he has he's just started his second term at the bank. Now, Professor Benedict Orama is the president and chairman of the board of directors of the African Export-Import Bank, or also known as Afrexim Bank. As the president of Afrexim Bank, Professor Orama has grown the bank significantly and improved its global appeal and the relevance of the bank to the African continent. For instance, the bank is now playing a leading role in the implementation of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement, and which is the most significant multilateral development on the continent of Africa for decades. Professor Orama is leading the creation and deployment of very innovative digital platforms that will boost intra-regional trade and investments in Africa by revolutionizing cross-border payments and improving payments to quality trade, so improving access to quality trade information. Under his leadership of the Afrexim Bank, the bank is supporting the harmonization of standards and the development of quality infrastructure across Africa as part of a wider industrialization and export development strategy. Also, as chair of the Board of Trustees of the African Union COVID-19 Response Fund, President Orama is helping to coordinate grant mobilization and efficient utilization across Africa, as well as coordinating the procurement and distribution of medical supplies among African countries. President Orama is also leading other continental and private sector initiatives to scale up Africa's health and economic response to the COVID-19 pandemic. As a recognition for his achievements, Professor Orama has received several honors and awards, including his recent decoration by His Excellency Vladimir Putin, President of the Russian Federation, with the Russian State Award of the Order of Friendship, and this was in 2019. And also in 2019, he was bestowed with the Knight of the National Order by the Cameroonian government. And in the same year, he received an honorary Doctor of Science degree in Agriculture Economics from the Abafemi Owolowo University, which is in Ife, Nigeria. And in 2017, Professor Orama was voted African Banker of the Year by the African Banker magazine. And I would like to say that IACO has a memorandum of understanding with the Afrexim Bank, and during the tenure of Professor Orama, we have reactivated this memorandum of understanding so that now we have greater cooperation between the Afrexim Bank and IACO. So it is my great pleasure to invite my dear brother and friend, Professor Benedict Orama. Please address us today.
Thank you very much, my brother, Dr. Kawuma. Let me read my statement. The chairman of Inter-African Coffee Organization and the Honorable Minister for Food and Agriculture of Ghana, Dr. Owusu Afriye Akoto, His Excellency Prime Minister Desalegn, the patron of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, His Excellency Mr. Hussein Sete, the Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization, my dear sister and Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment of the African Union, Her Excellency Ambassador Josepha Sako, our dear brother, Dr. Fred Kauma, the Secretary General of the African Coffee Organization, honorable ministers, honorable delegates, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. I will join others. I will stand on the protocol that have already been established. It is my singular pleasure and honor to be able to join you on the occasion of the 60th General Assembly of the Inter-African Coffee Organization and the 8th Africa Coffee Symposium. I would like to sincerely thank the host, the government of Ghana, and the entire leadership of the Inter-African Coffee Organization for associating Afreximbank with this memorable event. Before I proceed, permit me to use this occasion to convey our deepest sympathies to the government of the Republic of Ghana for the loss of an illustrious African, the former president of Ghana, President Jerry Rawlings. The theme of this year's meeting, ramping up Africa's coffee productivity and enhancing the efficiency in the coffee value chain, is firmly in line not only with the strategy of Afreximbank, but also the overall agenda of African governments and the African Union to promote commodity-led industrialization under the continent's Agenda 2063, the Africa we want. My dear sister, Ambassador Sako, highlighted this in her speech. Although coffee originated from Africa, its performance and fortunes on the continent, like with most other commodity sectors, have been nothing but patchy. Africa's share of global coffee production has declined sharply from 35% in 1970 to just over 11% in the 2018-2019 season. Besides, Africa's share of the over $100 billion coffee market is barely 2%, while the bulk of the market value goes to countries and entities that may have hardly seen a coffee tree. Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the reasons for this unfortunate state of affairs are not very difficult to comprehend. Over concentration on the export of unprocessed, that is raw coffee, and limited success at value addition have severely undercut Africa's returns from coffee and other major commodities Africa produces today. In addition, excessive reliance on traditional export markets in Europe and North America that in all likelihood, will remain significant importers of Africa's primary commodities, may also be an impediment to the attempts we are all trying to make to transform our continent's coffee sector. Then I ask a question: does the African continent offer an alternative and reliable market for African coffee? While statistics may suggest that Africa accounts for a paltry share of global coffee consumption, the continent remains the most promising market for creating a reliable coffee value chain for Africa. The Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement has, more than anything else, made the prospects even brighter. For instance, North American countries are by far the largest consumers of, North African countries are by far the largest consumers of coffee in Africa. Wouldn't it be economically beneficial if North Africa were able to import fresh premium coffee from East Africa? Egypt, one of Africa's largest consumers of coffee, imports 70% of Robusta coffee from Indonesia. When nearby countries such as Uganda, Kenya, and Tanzania could supply the beans at a far lower cost. In 2017, Algeria imported about $300 million of coffee globally, with more than 60% coming from Vietnam and Indonesia, and less than 10% from Africa. Exploring the enormous opportunities in regional markets as the sources of destination of intermediate or processed coffee and other commodities is our best bet to optimizing the economic benefit from our rich commodities. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the fundamental questions to ask, though, are what are the national or regional strategies for productivity improvement and value addition? How is financing integrated into these strategies? To what extent have these strategies been socialized with development partners such as Afreximbank? In the absence of a clear policy or strategy, in the lack of reliable and competitively priced financing, or strategic efforts to mobilize fruitful regional partnerships, African countries may come to realize minimal economic gains from it to attract the required funding and partnerships to transform the coffee sector. This is one area where IACO could and should play a major role. We believe that the organization should actively leverage international technical and financial resources to support its member countries to design clear and attainable medium to long-term strategies to develop or scale activities up and down the coffee value chain, and in the engagement and mobilization of regional and continental partnerships required to attract funding and open market opportunities. Your Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Afreximbank is committed to supporting the coffee value chain in Africa under its industrialization and export development strategy. Afreximbank aims to provide targeted support for the coffee sector to raise efficiency in the industry, generate much needed foreign exchange, and improve incomes for millions of people who depend on coffee for their livelihood. Against that background, the bank has had a series of discussions with the Inter-African Coffee Organization under the leadership of Fred, our brother. Those discussions built on the kinds of conversations we also had under Ambassador Sako. Our discussions so far have modeled on our extraordinarily successful Africa Cocoa Initiative. Provides an end-to-end solution covering upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors of the cocoa value chain. To coffee, our present bank can facilitate the growth in coffee bean production by supporting productivity improvement initiatives, plantation expansion, and technical assistance services to selected players in the African coffee industry. Can also support deeper integration of the African coffee economy into global value chains and specialty coffee on the continent, and promoting intra-products. The basis for our preference for this approach is sound and optimal, because we recognize that around 80% of the value of the entire coffee value chain resides in the middle and downstream sectors. That is in processing, branding, and retailing of coffee. Recent estimates put the share of coffee processed on the continent at less than 2%. So without a concerted strategy to finance Africa's coffee value chain, the sector will remain stunted by substantial market asymmetries. With that in mind, and acknowledging the high barriers to entry faced by prospective new processors, Present Bank is supporting the creation of industrial parks and export processing zones. Furthermore, the bank is supporting the establishment of internationally accredited African quality assurance centers for testing, inspection, and certification to ensure compliance with international technical regulations to facilitate access to niche and new markets, especially within Africa. We are also supporting the brilliant initiative of the Inter-African Coffee Organization that has led to the development of the Africa Coffee Facility. The facility, which is expected to be in an amount of about $900 million, will contribute significantly in addressing the financing challenges that the sector faces. We remain resolutely behind that initiative because we believe it is a good idea. And we must thank our brother Fred for pushing very, very hard on it. Our Present Bank is putting a suite of products also, including credit, risk-bearing, twinning, market as well, access, as well as advisory services at the disposal of coffee stakeholders to help to create coffee products which are attractive to a broad range of domestic and export markets. Inter-regional trade will be key in creating the dynamic comparative advantage that the exporting sector needs. That is why we will soon launch an artificial intelligence-enabled trade information portal that can help businesses to easily identify markets and valuable supply chains within Africa. That is why we have developed the Pan-African Payment and Settlement Platform to make it easier for coffee to be traded within Africa on the basis of African currencies. We believe that this will move and promote intra-regional trade in coffee significantly. It is my fervent hope that we can work together to push ahead the commodity-led industrialization agenda that has eluded Africa since the early days of independence in the 1960s. As we bid our brother, the Secretary General, Dr. Kawuma, farewell, I must put on record the great work he did during his tenure. We hope that his successor will build on the successes so that IACO can continue to excel and be an engine for facilitating the integration of Africa's coffee into the global supply chain. Finally, it is said that good ideas start with great coffee. I hope you start this meeting with some great coffee, even if you are at home and joining virtually. Thank you all for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Orama, for those great remarks that you have made. We are so grateful for the partnership between the Afrexim Bank and IACO. And without taking up any more time, I would like to, at this point, introduce the next speaker, who is none other than the patron of IACO, His Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, who is the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia. And I'm grateful that the Prime Minister accepted to become our patron. This is not a simple thing for a head of state to agree to do this. Former head of state who has many activities, but we are grateful. His Excellency Desalegn was the second executive prime minister of Ethiopia, who served from August 2012, following the death of the former Prime Minister Meles Zenawi, until his resignation and handover to his successor, who we know, Prime Minister Dr. Abiy Ahmed, in April 2018. Previously, His Excellency Haile Mariam served as Deputy Prime Minister and also as Minister of Foreign Affairs, served also as Minister of Social Affairs, and also as Government Chief Whip Minister under the Prime Minister Meles Zenawi. He also served previously as Governor of the Southern Regional State for 6 years. His Excellency Haile Mariam holds a degree in civil engineering from the University of Addis Ababa. And in 1990, he won a scholarship to Tampere University of Technology in Finland, where he earned a master's degree in water and environmental engineering. And he also earned a second master's degree from Azusa Pacific University in California. And this was in 2006. And upon his return from Finland, he served in various academic and administrative capacities, including that of being Dean of the Water Technology Institute. He is the first leader in the modern Ethiopian history to step down voluntarily, and he has set the stage for sweeping reform in his country. With annual economic growth rates averaging 10% during his tenure as Prime Minister, he viewed his resignation as vital in the bid to conduct reforms that would lead to sustainable peace and democracy in Ethiopia. After leaving office, His Excellency Haile Mariam co-founded and is the chairperson of Haile Mariam and Roman Foundation. The foundation focuses on mother and child health care, prevention of non-communicable diseases, nutrition and climate-smart agriculture, and conservation-based ecotourism. Currently, he's serving as board member and chairperson of various local and international organizations such as the Alliance for a Green Revolution in Africa, known as also as AGRA, Tourism Ethiopia, International Crisis Group, the Brenthurst Foundation, and the Global Steering Committee for the Campaign of Nature. He also engages in giving public lectures on domestic and worldwide pressing issues. I beg your pardon, I'm told there is a challenge with the interpretation service. Before the Prime Minister can take the floor. Before the Prime Minister can take the floor, I hope the interpretation is now available. Oh. Thank you. So it is my pleasure to invite the former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, who is our patron. Your Excellency, please, you can take the floor now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our Executive Director. Your Excellency, Nana Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, ably represented by Honorable Dr. Owusu Afriye-Akoto, Minister of Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana and the current chairman of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO. Your Excellency, Professor Benedict Orama, President of the African Export-Import Bank. Your Excellency, Mr. Jose Sete, Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization. Your Excellency, my sister, Ambassador Josefa Sako, Commissioner for Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment at the African Union Commission, and ably leading this commission. Honorable Ministers, Secretary General, Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, all protocols observed. Distinguished guests, members of the press, ladies and gentlemen, it's my great pleasure to speak this morning. In Ethiopia, it's this afternoon, about our common organization, the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO, which will be turning 60 in December this year. First of all, allow me to express my gratitude to the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO, for having chosen and associated with me as patron in this event of major importance for Africa coffee as a whole. And I hereby express my deep gratitude and that of the Ethiopian people, the country of origin of coffee. My gratitude also goes to the government and the brotherly people of Ghana for hosting these meetings, in the midst of COVID-19, of course, virtually. Ladies and gentlemen, we have to acknowledge that the then heads of state and government of Angola, Cameroon, Central African Republic, Congo DRC, Cote d'Ivoire, Dahomey, now Benin, and Gabon, Kenya, Madagascar, Uganda, and Tanganyika, now Tanzania, founding members of countries that established the IACO on December 7, 1960 in Madagascar, had a brilliant idea. Africa is the only continent with intergovernmental organization devoted to coffee matters. By the time the founding fathers created it, they already understood that coffee was a strategic commodity for all those countries and for their economic welfare. They then realized the great need to speak with one voice on issues affecting coffee. IACO should then serve as a forum to defend the economic interests of these African coffee producing countries, and especially the African smallholder farmers. It was a very strong political initiative to integrate our countries in order to speak with one voice. Though we still have a long way to go, coffee definitely has a great opportunity. Given the change that we have on our continent, where coffee consumption is on the increase, my country, 60% is consumed domestically. The newly formed African Continental Free Trade Area, African AFCFTA, presents a great opportunity for African coffee. As my brother, the president of Afri-Exim Bank, has expressed, the North African example is a startling one. That I commend IACO's effort of reaching out to the African coffee consuming countries and inviting them to join this organization. In view of the African Continental Free Trade Area, I believe that IACO's new agreement is certainly a move in the right direction. Mr. Chairman, your leadership in guiding this organization to finalize the new draft agreement of IACO is noteworthy, as the organization itself celebrates its landmark 60th anniversary, and I congratulate you, Honorable Minister, and all the IACO members upon this great achievement. Through you, also the President of Lab country, Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, after 60 years of experience, IACO has developed expertise in the coffee sector and developed key partnerships that are useful for its development. IACO, with its 25 member countries, is a potential market for coffee consumption in Africa. To do this, IACO must take on a posture of contracting authority for the transformation of African coffee, therefore of piloting the future of African coffee. It consists in particular in ensuring, on one hand, the coordination of actions of representation, visibility and promotion of African coffee, the search for funding, and the development as well as structuring partnerships. On the other hand, IACO must endeavor to support national sectors in the implementation of plans for the competitiveness and transformation of their sectors, and more generally of African coffee. IACO's targeted action in this context will include the development in close collaboration with national sectors and supported institutions of regional or sub-regional development plans for coffee value chains, starting by setting up support systems for production as well as systems to support the targeted value chains for each country in promotion of domestic transformation and domestic consumption. Such value addition and value chain transformation will create new jobs and economic opportunities, and undoubtedly and to the gross domestic product of the IACO member states. This would be a good basis for the inter-African trade in coffee. The theme of the 8th African Coffee Symposium, ramping up Africa's coffee productivity and enhancing the efficiency in coffee value chain, challenges us regarding the need and urgency for transformation of the African coffee sector from subsistence farming to a modernized, competitive, and sustainable coffee industry, focusing on quality and productivity, as my brother has said. In order to be economically sustainable, the coffee industry has to be profitable for all stakeholders, and particularly to farmers, smallholder farmers, while at the same time addressing social and environmental sustainability concerns. This will make it truly sustainable. I also take advantage of this forum to congratulate the outgoing IACO Secretary General and my brother and his team for the great initiatives, particularly the drive towards making coffee a strategic commodity under the AU's agricultural agenda, and the push for IACO to become a specialized agency of the African Union. Also commendable is the partnership with Afrix Bank in establishing the Africa Coffee Facility and the initiation of the construction of IACO's headquarters. I'd like to thank at this juncture the Afri-Exim Bank President, my brother Benedict. I think, given the economic importance of coffee for almost the majority of AU member countries, I'm counting on the IACO member states to provide all the necessary support that's required to complete all of these initiatives. I look forward to working with IACO chairman and the new Secretary General as we build more partnerships for the transformation of the coffee value chain in Africa. I thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We greatly appreciate those remarks. Excellencies, honorable ministers, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great pleasure for me to introduce the chairman of IACO, who is this afternoon, representing His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Owusu Afiri-Akoto, who is the Minister of Food, Minister for Food and Agriculture of Ghana, and he holds a Master of Science and PhD degrees in agricultural economics from the University of Cambridge, England. He worked as an economist, a senior economist, principal economist, and chief economic advisor at the International Coffee Organization for a period of over 18 years in ICO London. And he has also worked as a consultant to the World Bank, the United Nations on soft commodities. And he has held so many positions, locally and internationally. And I would say that in 2017, he was appointed Minister for Food and Agriculture of the Republic of Ghana. And in this role, he has spearheaded the design and implementation of Ghana's popular and transformational agricultural flagship program, which is planting for food and jobs, PFJ. We could go on and on, about Dr. Afiri-Akoto, but I think let me just say that he's the current chairman of the board of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, which is a Pan-African organization promoting the interest of the coffee producers on the continent. And our chairman and minister is one of the leading coffee producers in Ghana. So it's a pleasure, Honorable Minister, to have you address us this morning on behalf of His Excellency the President. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. IACO patron and former Prime Minister of Ethiopia, Your Excellency Haile Mariam Desalegn, Afri-Exim Bank President Professor Benedict Orama, AU Commissioner of Agriculture, Rural Development, Blue Economy, and Sustainable Environment, Your Excellency Joseph Sako, Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization, my previous employers, Mr. Jose Sete, IACO Secretary General Dr. Frederick Kawuma, Chief Executive of the Ghana Cocoa Board, Honorable Joseph Boahen Edu, members of the Diplomatic Corps, honorable ministers, heads of institutions, our diligent coffee farmers and fellow stakeholders in coffee, distinguished delegates, Your Excellencies, friends of the Inky fraternity, ladies and gentlemen. I'm delighted to welcome you to the great city of Accra, headquarters of the Continental Free Trade Area for the 60th Annual General Assembly and meetings of the Inter-African Coffee Organization, IACO. The coronavirus pandemic has restricted the meeting to a virtual one. This situation has not allowed you to witness the warmth of our Ghanaian hospitality and beauty of the great city of Accra at large. Nonetheless, the significance of this meeting to the African coffee industry remains undiminished. Ghana is therefore pleased to host this important meeting with the participation of all of the critical stakeholders in the African coffee industry. The Ghanaian coffee industry, like many others in Africa, is undergoing a revolution underlined by the desire to transition from colonial legacy to African autonomy. Coffee was one of the major cash crops promoted by colonial masters. Hence, post-independence, the major market for coffee and its cousins, cocoa and tea, remain outside the continent. African producers have continued to target Europe and North America as a key market for export of coffee beans. By this arrangement, the fortunes of our hardworking producers are tied to a volatile market, underpinned by the economic conditions of those economies. One of the valuable lessons from this pandemic is the domestication of critical commodity value chains. Increasing continental consumption and raising the level of domestic value addition of these commodities is long overdue. The slow pace of industrialization is not matching up to the needs of the young and vibrant African population. This situation has resulted in huge imports of finished products from other parts of the world. The African market is rightly sending signals for the necessary investments in value addition of cash crops, particularly coffee. The continent's population nearly trebled from its projected 1.5 billion. Rapid urbanization is taking place across Africa. Currently, the urban population is estimated at 40% compared to 27% only in 1980. By 2050, that's 50 years hence, Africa will be majority urban, with nearly 56% of its population living in urban areas. Africa has a young age structure, with 59% of the population below 25 years. The working population, i.e. between 25 and 64 years, makes up 35% of the population. About 40% of the population lives in the urban areas. A growing middle class, rising incomes, changing tastes and preferences characterizes most of the urban population, who consume a higher percentage of processed food as compared to the rural population. The United Nations Economic Commission for Africa estimates that final consumption accounts for 45% of GDP growth, compared to just a third for extractive resources in the year 2000s. Owing to the emergence of the middle class, $4 to $20 per day, which now makes up 35% of the population. Changing tastes and preferences have led to increased demand for products such as coffee and other beverages. Thus, the market conditions for agro-industrial, that is to say, a sizable and urbanized population with rising incomes, presents opportunity for the African private sector to increase value addition of agricultural produce within the continent. It is delightful to note that the coffee sector of Ghana is responding to the market conditions. Ghana is processing and consuming more than 90% of its coffee production annually. In order to support the coffee sector, the government introduced a coffee development program spearheaded by the Ghana Cocoa Board. This project led to the doubling of output of about 12,000 tons per annum, with yields of about 1.4 metric tons per hectare. To consolidate the gains and propel the coffee sector to a similar status as cocoa in Ghana, Cocoa Board is in the process of creating a division to intensify support to the coffee sector through research, extension support, and regulation of marketing and processing activities. We have created a tree crop development authority here in Ghana, which is to put in place policies and programs to guide research, production, pricing, marketing of several selected cash crops. The aim is to rapidly increase production, support processing and export of these commodities, including coffee, to the neighboring countries. The Continental Free Trade Area is a great opportunity for intra-African trade. It will open up markets to African produce, thereby sparing production and processing of various agricultural products. However, for this to materialize, the African private sector will require supportive infrastructure development to facilitate movement of raw and finished products, telecommunications, and cost-effective energy to fuel agro industries. Technological transfers will allow efficient, that's low-cost manufacturing, will also be needed in order for agro-based products to remain competitive within the African market. We in Ghana have taken this head on. We have excess supply of energy, rail networks are being rehabilitated and expanded. We have one of the highest percentage of good quality roads in West Africa. The government has several flagship programs to ensure export beyond aid, which includes planting for food and jobs. One of its modules being planting for export and rural development. In addition to infrastructure provision and technological transfers, the African coffee sector needs to adequately address production-related challenges, including climate change, as well as the low international coffee prices, which have enormous impact on smallholder producers. The meeting is taking place amidst the unprecedented economic and social environment caused by the virus. I'm confident that the conference will come up with concrete recommendations to improve the sustainability of the coffee sector. Such recommendations are very important to enrich our country-level programs and strategies targeting the coffee industry. For instance, I'm very optimistic that the coffee sector development strategy, which Ghana has adopted, will benefit significantly from the outcomes of this meeting. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to take this opportunity to reaffirm Ghana's commitment to creating an conducive environment which will ensure a more profitable and sustainable coffee industry, which integrates environmental protection, social inclusion, and thriving supply for everyone from the smallholder producer to the processors, exporters, and retailers across the world. Before I conclude, I would like to thank the Inter-African Coffee Organization, the Ministry of Food and Agriculture, and the Ghana Cocoa Board for organizing this meeting. I wish you all a fruitful deliberations. Thank you all for your attention.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for the keynote address. We will we will be having for housekeeping purposes, we'll be having a high-level policy forum, which will be chaired by the IACO chairman, and that will take place after a break. We'll have a break. The forum was programmed to start at 11 GMT. However, since we are now at 11 GMT, we will give ourselves a 15-minute break, and then we'll come back at 11:15 for the high-level policy forum, where the chairman and the former prime minister and the ministers from different countries and representative of Afreximbank and other government representatives will make their comments on the issues of policy in the African coffee industry. So at this point, we will take a break of 15 minutes, and then we will return for the high-level policy forum at 11:15 GMT.
Thank you.
Voici un fruit mûr. C'est ça on devait prendre. On ne prend pas les fruits qui sont verts. C'est pourquoi le plus souvent, nos cafés sont de qualité parce qu'on ne ramasse pas tout.
Cette rigueur, Kosi Kofi n'est pas le seul à l'observer. À quelques kilomètres de son village, au monastère de Dangni-Djogbegan, logent des moines qui ont décidé d'être le porte-flambeau des variétés d'Arabica et d'Arabusta. La belle végétation pluviale existant dans ce monastère, situé à plus de 800 mètres d'altitude, est l'un des grands atouts pour les productions qualitatives du café vert. Les moines sont donc les seuls au Togo à produire l'Arabusta et l'Arabica. Les engrais utilisés sont bio. Au Togo, le Conseil interprofessionnel, le CICC, est le père des acteurs clés qui opèrent dans le secteur café et cacao. Le langage de la production du café de qualité est parlé par tous ces acteurs et plus particulièrement les transformateurs et les exportateurs. C'est le cas des moines qui, pour des besoins de transformation, ont décidé de payer la variété Robusta auprès d'une union des sociétés coopératives basées dans la zone. Et pour encourager l'union à continuer dans la culture de l'excellence, les moines vont aller jusqu'à octroyer des primes de qualité.
Ok, c'est bien trié. Ça passe.
On prend chez les producteurs à 700 et on négocie chez les moines à 750.
Comme le café est bien trié, j'ajoute maintenant la prime de 2,5 francs. C'est ce qui fait que le kilo revient à 750 francs.
À ce jour, les producteurs togolais, tout comme les autres pays producteurs sur le continent, ne sont pas encore maîtres de la fixation du prix du café sur le marché. Les 40 000 acteurs directs qui vivent de cette filière sur toute la chaîne sont soumis au verdict des fluctuations mondiales.
C'est plutôt les spéculateurs qui font la loi sur le marché du cacao ou du café. Et pour ce qui concerne le café, c'est le marché lui-même qui détermine le prix. C'est pour ça que depuis un moment, nous tentons de développer la consommation intérieure.
Un message de consommation intérieure que les moines ont vite compris. Transformateurs de café depuis des années, ces religieux ont su imposer leur café dans les grands rayons de supermarchés nationaux et internationaux. Depuis 2016, le Café des Moines a remporté de nombreux prix à des concours organisés par l'Agence pour la valorisation des produits agricoles.
Le café est rentré dans nos traditions. Donc quand le café togolais est sur le marché international, c'est une référence pour le marché international. C'est pourquoi nous sommes toujours présents dans toutes les instances de la chaîne du café.
Les défis pour le Togo, c'est de continuer par garder le cap de la production du café de qualité.
Factors combine to make Kenya one of the best coffee-producing countries in the world. They include diverse agroecological zones spread throughout the whole country with deep, rich volcanic soils. Once the land is prepared, the best seedlings are carefully selected for planting. The seedlings are treated with a lot of care to protect them from disease, weeds, and other nutrient-competing agents. The zones are situated at the right altitude between 1,400 to 2,100 meters above sea level. More than 500,000 small-scale growers and over 4,000 small, medium and large-scale plantations involved in coffee production. Once the crop is ready, our farmers hand-pick the ripe cherries, protecting them from damage and ensuring that only the choicest are selected for your cup of coffee. During the harvesting, some unripe, overripe or dry cherries may be mistakenly picked with the choicest cherries. The journey to producing the world's best cup of coffee has been a long one. So when the harvest arrives at the wet mills, meticulous hand sorting, wet processing is the first quality assurance stage. During this process, the heaviest and the lightest are separated, and so are dredges and any dry or unripe cherries that may have escaped the hawk eyes of the farmer or the pulping machine operator. Once the pulping is completed, the wet beans are put in fermentation tanks for naturally occurring enzymes to break down the mucilage on the beans. This fermentation takes 18 to 36 hours, after which the beans are washed with clean water to remove any remaining mucilage. The cleaned beans are then spread on the hot natural tropical sun to dry. The beans, which are now identified as parchments, are evenly turned to give them equal exposure. This procedure gives each bean a bluish-green color, which Kenyan coffee is known for. Once the primary processing is completed, the coffee parchments are taken to the secondary mills, where the parchment husk is removed and the beans polished to remove the silver skin. The polishing reveals the mark of Kenya's coffee, the bold, bluish-green coffee beans. The clear beans are then mechanically separated into 7 grades according to size, shape. It is therefore a requirement by law that samples of coffee from every part of the country be forwarded to the board for quality analysis, secondary processing and warehousing of coffee. The aim is to ensure that they meet all international requirements of food safety. These grades are then classified based on the time-tested Devonshire cupping system. The system uses the numerical method on a scale of 1 to 10 on a liquoring process, with 1 giving the finest cup, while 10 is usually the least favored. Coffee Kenya, that smooth-tasting drink, a determination to give the world the very best cup of coffee our efforts can produce. We have 2 coffee marketing systems, the central auction system and the direct marketing system. The Nairobi Coffee Exchange is the central auction system where licensed coffee dealers buy coffee through competitive bidding. The exchange conducts coffee auctions every Tuesday throughout the year, thus ensuring that the local and international coffee market has ample supply of our high-quality coffee. Coffee Kenya, so rich, so Kenyan.
Rwandan coffee continues to be amongst the most sought-after beans in the world. It elegantly, organically, and authentically embodies the true nature and resilience of Rwandan people. Introduced in the 1900s by German missionaries, it since grew to be a sure Rwandan export commodity, thanks to its exciting aromas of chocolate, vanilla, and florals, and pleasant flavors of orange and berry fruits, with balanced citric and malic acidity that gives you a unique feeling, a Rwandan identity of warmth and hospitality.
The coffee sector has been growing at different paces, that's true, given different circumstances, but the goal is to keep improving the production and productivity of the coffee sector.
However, the 1990s crisis, including the 1994 genocide against the Tutsi, threatened the existence of coffee. But the government of Rwanda's approach, that included the creation of a national coffee strategy, supported by the international funding community and organizations, proved to be decisive in reversing the decline.
It is in the 21st century that the country's local production would gain international acclaim because Rwanda had joined the popular specialty coffee competition known as Cup of Excellence. Today, coffee is the country's fourth large exports, being the second in agriculture.
Every hard work put in by farmers and other actors across the value chain to make sure that the coffee in your cup has all the quality attributes is also rewarding. The Rwandan coffee sector is worth around $68.7 million in exports every year. 64% of it is exported being fully washed, thanks to 309 coffee washing stations in place and more than 70 exporters.
The more you're able to access more markets, the more you're able to position Rwanda as a specialty origin, then everybody ideally gets to benefit. And the first people that start to benefit is farmers who grow that coffee, because their coffee ends up finding markets that coffee goes to, the washing stations that produce that coffee, the exporters that manage the exporting of that coffee. Pretty much whenever the world gets to know the origin, which is Rwanda, and the brand gets to be known, the more that benefit trickles down across the supply chain, the value chain. Now, specifically with the customer.
Thank you. By the way, these videos, the videos are from the IACO, different IACO member states. There are different member states that have sent us videos. So those who have not yet sent videos, we cannot play your video because we don't have it. But we look forward to receiving the videos from different member states so that when we have a forum like this, we can play them. And especially when the organization will celebrate its 60th anniversary, we look forward to having videos from every member state. Today, we're having the high-level policy forum, which is open to attendance by all, but the speakers basically are going to be I hear the Minister of Rwanda is on, but she hasn't muted her microphone. But yes, but what it is today is we have the chair, our chairman is going to chair this high-level session with our patron at his side, and we have ministers from different member states. We have the Honorable Minister of Agriculture from Republic of Rwanda. We have the Minister of Agriculture from Democratic Republic of Congo, and the Minister of Agriculture from the Congo Republic. I'm also informed that Cameroon, the Minister of Cameroon is being represented by the Ambassador of Cameroon. And I'm also informed that the Minister of Agriculture of Togo is represented by Mr. Anselme Goton. I need to get information from others regarding the representations from the different countries, but those I had, at least I have those offhand. And as I said, the session is chaired by our chairman, Dr. Firi Akoto, and he will give his communication. Then we will get some comments from the patron. The patron is a coffee person who is very familiar with coffee, and he will give us his remarks after hearing what from the chairman. And then we'll have the comment from Afrexim Bank. And after that, we'll hear the different ministers' statements and comments from different government representatives. So the purpose of this, yes, and yet, yes, our dear sister, Ambassador Sako, is here. Welcome back. I know you had to step out for another meeting, but we welcome you back. This is the high-level policy forum where we are talking about the policies affecting coffee. And the chairman is going to make some remarks, and then the patron, and I will say that you, madam, will also make some remarks, and then we'll have the Flexim Bank and then the ministers. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, I would like to hand over the floor to you at this point.
Thank you very much. Let me welcome everybody on this platform to the High-Level Policy Forum. Honorable Ministers, Excellency, Ambassadors, distinguished representatives of diplomatic missions, the Executive Director of the International Coffee Organization, Chairman of ACRAM, Chairman of AFCA, Secretary General of IACO, distinguished representatives of international, regional, and sub-regional institutions, honorable delegates, ladies and gentlemen, executives, workers, and economic operators of the coffee sector, dear friends from the press, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, on behalf of the government and the people of Ghana, I would like to thank you for your effective participation in this high-level policy forum, the second of its kind organized by IACO after the one held in Nairobi in 2019. Indeed, this forum brings together decision makers in the African coffee sector and aims to discuss issues that hinder the development of the coffee value chain. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the first theme we propose is managing the impact of COVID on the coffee economy in Africa. As you know, the COVID-19 pandemic, first case of which was reported in the city of Wuhan, the capital Hubei province in China, the 17th, spread to Europe and then to Africa from March 2020. This pandemic has had a significant impact on economies around the world, and in particular on the African economy. The COVID-19 pandemic is likely to have had a profound impact on the global coffee sector, and in particular on the African coffee value chain, including production, domestic consumption, and international trade, domestic processing and consumption of coffee. Initiatives have been taken in every member country to contain the effects or even promote the resilience of African coffee sector to the global COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to invite the ministers or their representatives to share their country's experience and the measures taken to address the COVID-19 in order to maintain the good dynamic of the coffee sector in Africa. What policy issues do we need to reflect on in view of any similar future threats to our industry? The second theme focuses on enhancing the added value of coffee and promoting domestic consumption in Africa. As a matter of fact, most of the coffee exported by IACO member countries is unprocessed, it's raw beans. Africa exports 95% of its coffee in primary form as raw material. Processing activities, including roasting to increase the value added of the coffee industry, are still limited in Africa. The share of locally processed green coffee remains insignificant compared to total exports. The only exception is Ethiopia, whose domestic consumption accounts for almost half of its natural green coffee production, that's competing with the export sector. The United States of America and the European Union remain the main export destinations for African producers. The European Union accounts for 54% of African coffee exports. In Europe, Africa's main partner are Germany, France, Italy, and Spain. IACO member countries have suffered the repercussions of the pandemic among their main trading partners, the United States and in the EU. They have been affected by the collapse in demand and the distribution of coffee supply chains. From October 2018-19 to August 2019-2020, exports from IACO member countries recorded a downward trend in world coffee exports, minus 5.6%. And let me repeat, it's minus 5.6% due to the COVID-19. Thus, as you can see, improving the added value of coffee and promoting its domestic consumption in Africa are real challenges for the African coffee production. I would like to call upon the ministers or their representatives to share their country's experiences and perspectives so that the African coffee production can benefit the countries and in particular small farmers, the weakest link in the chain. What policies have been adopted in the different countries to promote value addition and consumption, which other member countries could learn from? Ladies and gentlemen, these are the issues that I put forward to you for a discussion in this session of the week. Thank you.
Thank you, our chairman. I think we'll hand over the floor to the former Prime Minister to make his remarks.
Thank you very much, Secretary General. Mr. Minister, thank you for the introduction in our discussions. First of all, I would like to say this is an August gathering discussing on the policy issues in the coffee sector. I think now I am muted, I think. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, we can hear you now.
Yes.
Thank you so much, Minister, for having me as the son of a coffee farmer and grown up in rural Ethiopia where we grow coffee, which is, the most African quality coffee. We call it Yelgachefe brand and Sidamo brand, which is comparable to the Jamaican Mountain Blue coffee, especially the Arabica coffee. As the origin of this Arabica coffee, I think we have lots of story to talk about coffee production, productivity, and the whole value chain, including marketing. Having said this, the coffee sector is very much challenged in my country as well because of a number of policy issues that has to be addressed. Even before the COVID-19 onset, the coffee sector was suffering from lots of challenges. And COVID-19 has complicated the already existing challenge because it starts from the production, where smallholder farmers are, producing by their own small garden, but the marketing sector has suffered a lot. Initially, because of the early on contracts, the first 4 months we didn't have any problem because we were selling the already existing contracts. But when the new contracts came in, by the way, the first 4 months in Ethiopia, the export of coffee has increased in volume and it's early. But after the 4 months, because of the slowdown of consumption in our major consuming countries, I think that has made us to suffer a lot. So the immediate policy measure that has been taken was to find certain countries who are better off in terms of COVID, like China, so that we go for a new market for export of our coffee. On the other hand, we have to also somehow help the smallholder farmers, especially the exporters of coffee, in terms of rescheduling their loans that has already been secured from the banks, including private banks and also government banks. That has helped them to get some space for the new contract to come in until the vaccine is discovered and a new normal comes into the value chain. So that was the first one. The second one is helping our small and medium roasters in the country by accessing financing to them, and also bringing some other policy instruments that can help them to roast for local consumption, and maybe also to some other niche markets. I think that has tried to help, but still it's in a mature stage, and we need to boost the support that we have to give to those private sector in trading of coffee, and as well as private producers as well. You know, in our policy, the private producers of coffee, medium and large scale farms, they are supposed to export directly their own coffee. So that has been very much supported, so that they go directly to their clients, and those who exist, especially in Europe and United States. But maybe in the future, the African Continental Free Trade Area can help us to trade with each other, diversify our export destinations, so that our smallholder farmers and private producers can go for more exports and export markets. And I suggest that Africa should go for China very well, with the huge population of China. And again, some of our roasters have tried to penetrate the Chinese markets, and they are selling finished products to China. And that has somehow given a space for more markets outside. But even then, the sector is suffering because the slowdown is continuing on. A second wave of COVID-19 has set in Europe mainly, and that has created again new complications. And we have to think creatively and innovatively to how to support all our smallholder farmers and private producers, and also those who are in the value chain, in the marketing and processing. So I think we are trying to streamline this issue. But when it comes to the second theme, which the chairman has put in place in our forum, I think as a person who has a first-hand information in increasing productivity in my country, I came from a region which I was governor earlier, where we contribute to the country's 70% of the coffee production and export. The main thing is we try to mobilize our smallholder farmers, but especially the young generation, to go into modern coffee production. You know, as the say goes, it's very difficult to train an old dog a new trick. So we wanted to modernize our coffee production from our forefathers' way of producing to modern young generations to go into the coffee production. Luckily, in areas where we produce coffee, we have enough land. So we put in place a system where we give them from our Development Bank of Ethiopia and other microfinance institutions to finance those young people to go for modern production of coffee in those areas. So providing land is a major one. Providing training and extension services is another one. And providing access to finance from our development bank and as well as private sector banking, especially for microfinance institutions, has been instrumental to bring the production to double. We used to produce 280 million quintals, but immediately after 5 years, we doubled that production. It has gone into 480 million. So I think it's possible to increase the production and increase the productivity by introducing this sector to our young entrepreneurs in the coffee sector. This is a major thing to change the whole scenario. And we allowed these smallholder young generation producers to have their own cooperatives and then get into the value chain and market directly to clients. So Ethiopian coffee, as I'm sure Rwandan or Kenyan or Tanzanian or Ugandan coffee, it is usually taken for blending. It's not directly used. So we made a niche market, a direct market, because the main problem is traceability and predictability. So the coffee has to come with the quality it needs to go to a certain market. And if there is adulteration of this quality by different species, of coffee, then the whole process fails. So we made these young people to directly sell to a certain group of market and companies there in the West, and including in Saudi Arabia as well, so that they get the niche market out of this process. So I think that helped a lot in increasing the volume of coffee production in my country. But still, there are lots of adulteration of different brands of coffee and naming that into the best coffee brand. And therefore, when it goes to the market, the client or the customer knows that it's not the real coffee that was supposed to be. So there is always quarrel between the customer and the trader in the country. So we wanted to reduce, the actors in the value chain by cutting down all those intermediaries and then directly connecting those young people and producers to the market. So all those who are producing 7 hectares and above, they can directly deal with the customers, and the traceability issue and problems are resolved. So our commodity exchange has also a major role to play in this regard, and I think that has made our coffee sector to boost. And we have had a very good extension system and also a quality assurance system. Our package, the whole package, includes both production, productivity increment, and quality assurance. All this package is well designed, and that has helped Ethiopia. But still, I can admit that there is a number of things as a policy issue that has to be addressed for quality assurance, for traceability, and for productivity increment in the coffee sector. So I think this is some of the things that I can mention at this time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you very much, the Prime Minister, for such an incisive presentation into how Ethiopia is promoting coffee production, especially among the youth, relying on productivity and quality assurance to expand the industry. Secretary General, who is next to do the presentation?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman will get some remarks from the Commissioner, and then the representative of the Afrexim Bank will speak to us.
Yeah, okay. So, Madam Sako, you have the floor.
Thank you, Minister Akoto. Well, thank you very much for associating me in this high-level policy forum and really reflecting how to build back better after COVID, for COVID recovery. I would just like to share what our view at African Union, what we are doing in terms of agriculture per se. And as we know that most of the ministers or the policy making and in the coffee sector, some of them are ministers of agriculture, some of them are ministers of trade. So we need to work together and define proper policies. Like His Excellency, the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, said it rightly. When you look at the sector, there's a lot of, even before COVID, there were already challenges. Those challenges are in our commodities, as well as in food security and the nutrition on the continent, saying that the food system per se, all of it, it's really fragile. And the COVID-19, with the occurrence of COVID-19, it even increased, it became worse in that. So I think we really need to, come out with a proper study. What are the impact of COVID-19 on the coffee plantation? We are doing it also. What are the impact of COVID-19 on food and nutrition security? It's very important to really leverage the impact so that we can know how the damage, these invisible pandemics caused during this year. What I can share with you is that at the African Union Commission, we organized, I think Honorable Minister assisted on the 16th of April. We called for all ministers responsible for agriculture to come together so that we can really, we can discuss, the impact of COVID-19 in agriculture sector. And we came out with a very broad declaration, the Ministers of Agriculture Declaration, where we looked at all the pillars of agriculture on the whole. We even looked also the issue of trade, because we know that we need to generate our own incomes, our own revenues, from our sector. So we looked first of all, on all these pillars, and then we came out with a strong political declaration. And in the declaration, the ministerial meeting recommended that we should put in place a task force. Today we have a task force set by the principal actors in agriculture. That is, we have FAO is working with us, IFAD is working with us, WFP is working with us, the World Bank is working with us, African Development Bank is working with us, as well as the EU. We are all working to bring solution, to come with proper solution and proper policies, in terms of recovering and the build back better. Then we went further beyond that, because we know that the real impact that COVID-19 brought, the disruption of the supply chain in one hand, and also, with the measure, the measures of lockdown, closure of border, also disrupted, our exports. Like we have coffee, we have flowers, all this system of exports, it was also, value chain was also disrupted. So we say that how best can we, come with proper policies so that we will continue, we will continue exporting our commodity to our traditional market, because many countries, they derive on that for their own revenue. Then That is now we set some stream work, working stream in different category like social protection, crop calendar. I think crop calendar is very important because we want to have, you know, a crop calendar country by country. We are working with FAO so that during the pandemic, we know that when there is any shock, we know when we can provide the input to farmers, how to provide this input to farmers, the seeds, and this is really mainstream, is all the commodities we're talking about. We are talking about food, we are talking about the coffee sitting, when is the season, how do they have access to all these issues we saw, and we say that we have to take advantage of the IFCFTA to start trading amongst ourselves. I'm happy this morning when Secretary General Dr. Fred Kauma said that we are trying to have the non-producing African consuming countries to be part of African IACO, to be members of IACO. That was also the project I was carrying on. I even started, you know, when I was the Secretary General of IACO, you know, I started conversation engaging this South Africa and all the northern countries. They are already big consumers of coffee. So that now with the CFTA, I think that's a very good avenue that we should explore so that we can start trading under, you know, under our own market. But we need to add value, because lesson is telling us, like Honorable Minister said, that if you don't hide value, you don't fetch anything. So the value addition on this industry, it's very important, and we all know how profitable it is when you add value. So we need to really add value, because it is not acceptable that we produce coffee and we import coffee. It's not normal. It's just the way the food, even the food we eat, we have the arable land, but we are importing $45 billion every year of food, you know, on the continent. So we have to stop, you know, importing, and we need to really, you know, work on this CFTA. I'm happy that we have a full support of the Afrexim Bank, and we have already developed in terms of African Union Commission an initiative that we are calling AgroPack. You know, the AgroPack, we are calling it the common AgroPack, this thing, so that we can use this initiative to trade, you know, within the concept of CFTA in Africa. So this is a very important issue. And then the issue that I raised during my statement, when we say that we want coffee, I mean, we want to recognize coffee as a strategic commodity for the, you know, in the Malabo Declaration, because we have this commitment of tripling the intra-African trade. That is commitment number 5 in the Malabo Declaration. So we really need to make it a reality. So if we have to triple our intra-African trade, coffee, cocoa, they are really very good product that we can also go beyond the African market. We have to go to our traditional market, and we know that they don't produce it and they rely on it. So it's coffee and the cocoa, all these commodities, they have a good chance, you know, to continue exporting it also outside, and also, you know, boost the domestic consumption in Africa. I think with those the scene. So what I wanted to go again. So when we started looking at the trading aspect, we called for another meeting. We called for another meeting on the 27th of July with ministers of agriculture, ministers of trade, and ministers of finance, you know, in order to really make sure that we are sure that in terms of trade, we have the support of the ministers of, we are working together with the ministers of trade. In terms of finance, we have the investment on the sector, because we need investment in the sector. So with this, I invite IACO to really make sure under this platform of high-level policy forum that the ministers of agriculture, when they come to the African Union Commission, the STC, the specialized technical, they should bring the thematic of commodity on board. Usually they seem to concentrate more on food security and nutrition, but they are not looking at the other segment of agriculture, which are commodity that bring, derive growth, economic growth on our continent. So this is very important. This type of dialogue should start reflecting. And the same ministers, they are the same ministers that are here in IACO, they are the same ministers that are there. So in terms of our own tripartite meeting that we had, we have all of them, all the key actors are there, are on board. Ministers of Agriculture, Ministers of Trade, and Minister of Finance. So I think we can really, through the recommendation that is coming out here, we can endorse it at the African Union year, and then, try to deliver on the recommendation of our honorable ministers. I thank you.
Thank you very much. It's very refreshing to hear from Your Excellency the effort being made at the AU to try and promote coffee production on the continent. I'm particularly struck by the two things that you said should drive this. That's the domestic consumption promotion and the intra-African trade. Together will make it successful to increase the value addition and retain the wealth creation of coffee on the continent for development. And that is something that is I'm taking away from your intervention. The Malabo Declaration number 5, the triple intra-African trade, including coffee, cocoa, and the other commodities, may sound ambitious, but sitting here in Ghana with my experience in 4 years as a minister for Ghana, I don't think it's ambitious at all. I mean, it's realistic. And if we put our shoulders to the wheel, we should be able to meet this target of trebling intra-African trade. Now that we have the organization in place, headquarters here in Accra, and beginning to opening its doors for trading in the new year in January, I'm sure that they would have their work cut out as far as this Malabo Declaration is concerned. So thank you very much, Madam, for your contribution. I would like to call on the chairman of the Afro-Exim Bank to make his presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman, it's Madam Gwen Maba, who is the Director and Global Head of Trade Finance, representing the Chairman, representing the President. Madam Gwen, you can go ahead.
Thank you for the correction. So I wasn't aware that she was coming to represent the Afro-Exim Bank. So, Madam, you're welcome, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Chairman and Secretary of IACO, for the opportunity for me to share a few comments from the African Export and Import Bank. And as positioned, I'm actually presenting the President and Chairman of the Board of Directors for Afro-Exim Bank, Professor Benedict Orama, who was with us earlier today, but is unable to participate in the forum this afternoon. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I would like to, first of all, thank you, the Inter-Africa Coffee Organization, once again, for giving Afro-Exim Bank the opportunity to participate in this conversation and share perspectives on what are critical themes to the coffee market. This forum's choice of themes, which are managing the COVID-19 pandemic impact on the coffee economy in Africa, and value addition to coffee and promoting domestic coffee consumption in Africa, is very opportune, as both are interrelated in many ways. In fact, as we saw during the end of the commodity super cycle in the second half of 2014, Africa's ability to show resilience in the face of exogenous adverse economic or commodity shocks is only as good as the profile of its manufacturing trade, specifically intra-African trade. The experience of 2014 to 2016, when the collapse of commodity prices resulted in a balance of payment difficulties for commodity exporters on the continent, is a real stark reminder of the risks associated with an economic bias that promotes upstream activities in the commodities value chain. Indeed, the fallout from the end of the commodities supercycle justifies the bank's mandate to promote value-added extra and intra-African trade, and entrenches its resolve to prioritize industrialization and export development as a buffer against the type of shocks that we are currently living in the era of during this current pandemic of COVID-19. Now, since the start of the pandemic, Arabica coffee prices have declined by, I think, up to 15%, even going as low as 30% compared to the values at the end of 2019. Meanwhile, the average Robusta coffee prices are around 8% lower compared to last year, and would perhaps have been worse were it not for the suboptimal weather in Vietnam, which helped to shore up the market. But beyond the trajectory of the global market prices for coffee, real dangers continue to exist for Africa's coffee sector. This is very well reflected in the ICO's coffee market survey undertaken in June 2020, with participating African countries including Ethiopia, Cameroon, Gabon, Rwanda, and Sierra Leone. What is very clear from the survey is the largely negative impact of COVID-19 on the national coffee sectors of exporting countries, which expressed concerns around employment, loss of revenue, domestic consumption, and export volumes. This is partly due to restrictions on travel and social distancing measures, which have led to higher production costs while undermining employment and revenues generated in the coffee sector. But while concerns over demand destruction did not entirely play out in the year so far, it is estimated that Africa still lost a sizable amount of coffee exports on amount of disruptions occasioned by the coronavirus pandemic, which could still affect preparation for the next crop cycle. Your Excellencies and distinguished guests, early on in the pandemic, millions of people in traditional green coffee consumption of roasted coffee and the ripple effect it might have on the entire coffee value chain. But there exists a striking difference between those markets and Africa's coffee sector, one which converges the themes we are reflecting on today. According to the market research firm NPD and other global coffee companies, retail coffee sales in the US are now up 10% year on year, compared to an average growth of 2% annually. At the same time, sales of coffee makers are also up 28% since the start of the pandemic. Further, and according to Nestle, US consumers are trying to replicate what they are getting, what they were able to get in a cafe at home. And there is evidence that the market for packaged coffee is booming. Permit me to quote the president of Nestle Coffee Partners, who said, "The packaged coffee industry got about 3 years worth of new consumers in 7 months during the pandemic," end of quote. What emerges from these reports is that markets which have a large coffee processing, packaging, and branding capacities have been able to navigate the pandemic much better than those that do not. And therein lies the challenge for our continent, Africa. It is this imbalance in the global coffee value chain that I would like to echo the comments of our bank's president, Professor Orama, who has stated earlier Afreximbank's commitment to provide targeted support for the coffee sector. This is so as to raise efficiency in the industry but also to find ways of tackling some of the financial constraints which serve as impediments against Africa's greater market contribution to the global coffee industry. This will mean providing end-to-end solutions covering upstream, midstream, and downstream sectors of the coffee industry, and facilitating the growth in coffee bean production by supporting productivity improvement initiatives, plantation expansion, and technical assistance services to selected players in the African coffee industry. It will also mean supporting deeper integration of the African coffee economy into global value chains by expanding processing and roasting of green and specialty coffee on the continent and promoting extra and intra-African retail and consumption of African coffee and coffee products. With that in mind, and acknowledging the high barriers to entry faced by prospective new processors, Afreximbank is supporting the creation of industrial parks and export processing zones. Furthermore, the bank is supporting the establishment of an internationally accredited African Quality Assurance Center for testing, inspection, and certification to ensure compliance with international technical regulations in order to facilitate access to niche and new markets, especially within the African continent itself. The current global health pandemic in which we find ourselves is challenging the fundamentals in the global coffee industry, including trade dynamics, consumption patterns, and market liquidity. It should therefore strengthen our resolve to change the narrative in Africa's coffee sector. The challenges presented by the pandemic are a very great reminder that all stakeholders need to work collaboratively to decommoditize Africa's coffee exports and promote African manufacturing and intra-African trade as preventative measures against exogenous terms of trade shocks. In so doing, we will begin to build a vibrant, productive, and efficient coffee value chain which lives up to the needs of the millions of Africans engaged within the sector. I thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for your kind attention.
Mr. Chairman, you're muted.
Thank you very much. Yeah, I would like to thank the presenter for giving us such a very pointed presentation on the role that the bank, the Exim Bank, Afrexim Bank, can play in promoting trade in Africa. She talks about basically the role in trying to finance the whole value chain from upstream to midstream to downstream to support the expansion of on-farm production, processing capacity, and retailing outlets and so on through the financing industrial parks for such activities to take place. And that the bank believes in the African manufacturing capacity through intra-African trade to promote future development of coffee in Africa. And I find this very, very interesting. I hope this session is taking note of the facilities available at Afrexim Bank. What I'm wondering is the capacity of the bank to be able to assist in the demand for such facilities, because we know that the last few years, African coffee has taken a back seat in terms of production. The production has been going down, and our share of the world market has gone down, and all that. Therefore, there's a huge demand for investment in the sector in order to bring it back to where it was and even make more progress. So these are issues that I'm sure will come up for discussion after the presentation I made. Secretary General, may I call on you to call on the next speaker to come forward?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, there was Dr. Geraldine Mukeshimana, the Minister of Agriculture of Rwanda. I'm not sure. I don't know whether she's connected. She was.
Madam Minister, you are being invited to take the floor. The last time we tried to communicate some months ago, we couldn't do so because of the problems with the internet. And I hope today we can succeed in linking up on this forum for you to present the Rwandan policy perspective on the issues at stake. Otherwise, you can call on the next person, the next delegate who is ready.
Yes, if the minister has dropped off, Mr. Chairman, we can have the Minister of Congo Republic.
Okay, so I'll give the floor to the minister from the Republic of Congo. You have the floor, sir.
Bonjour, merci beaucoup. Je suis Monsieur Paul Raphaël Ongwala, directeur général de l'agriculture, représentant Monsieur le ministre d'État, ministre de l'Agriculture, de l'élevage, de la pêche en pêcher. En ce qui concerne la gestion de l'impact de la pandémie sur l'économie caféière en République du Congo,
the connection is not the interpretation.
Ok, je peux aller? Allô? Je peux aller?
Yes, we can hear you.
Ok, ok. Au courant du mois de mars 2020, dans le but d'atténuer les effets négatifs de la COVID-19 dans notre pays, le gouvernement a pris une série de mesures pour freiner la propagation de ce virus dans notre pays, à travers la fermeture des frontières et un confinement par palier. Bon, bien que ces mesures soient nécessaires, mais il y a eu beaucoup de difficultés parce que les producteurs se sont confrontés à des difficultés de transport. C'est la raison pour laquelle le gouvernement a fait de son mieux pour pouvoir résoudre ces différents problèmes. Comme vous le savez, toutes les cultures ont été impactées, y compris le café aussi avec. Au Congo, la production du café a baissé suite à plusieurs facteurs, parmi lesquels on peut noter les facteurs climatiques. Et dans notre pays, surtout dans la zone où on produit le café, le cacao et d'autres cultures, vous avez beaucoup d'inondations qui se sont produites. Ajoutez à ces inondations les effets néfastes de la COVID-19. Vous avez les petites unités de transformation locale du café que compte le pays ont dû fermer, ou il y a d'autres qui ont dû voir leur vente baisser à plus de 75%. C'est pour cette raison que pendant la période du COVID-19, les producteurs ont subi beaucoup de complications concernant les mesures visant à restreindre les déplacements et à respecter les mesures de distanciation sociale. Il s'agit en particulier des difficultés de suivi des plantations, de récolte, du processus de traitement avec un impact négatif sur la qualité du café. Il y a aussi la fermeture des frontières intervenue au Congo dès la mi-mars 2020. La restriction de la circulation que je venais à peine de mentionner. Face à cela, pour essayer de préserver tant soit peu le secteur agricole en général et la filière du café en particulier, le gouvernement a pris les mesures ci-après. Faciliter le transport des produits agricoles vers les centres de consommation, éviter la perturbation de la chaîne de valeur de la caféiculture et puis surtout mettre en place un plan d'aide d'urgence d'environ 2 milliards de francs CFA au profit des agriculteurs dans le but de maintenir la dynamique de production de ce secteur. Les gouvernements aussi ont fait son mieux pour délivrer les autorisations spéciales qu'on a accordées aux producteurs agricoles et aux transporteurs afin qu'ils puissent vaguer librement à leurs occupations. Toutefois, dans le cadre de la promotion de la production de la filière, le gouvernement entend relancer la production du matériel végétal performant, résistant, tolérant aux maladies, sensibiliser les planteurs sur les travaux d'entretien de leurs champs, la récolte et le stockage de leur production en vue de la reprise imminente de la commercialisation qui souffre beaucoup. Malgré améliorer les chaînes d'approvisionnement des intrants agricoles de qualité et aussi a mis un accent sur l'entretien, la construction des pistes rurales et des infrastructures de stockage et de transformation. L'État, pour remettre les choses sur les rails, entend organiser les coopératives et les organisations des producteurs professionnels afin de garantir et d'assurer la durabilité des programmes caféiers. Bon, relancer les petites unités de production du café en vue de promouvoir la distribution et la consommation nationale du café. Bon, entre-temps, le gouvernement aujourd'hui est en train de créer une autorité du café et du cacao qui aura pour mission, entre autres, de veiller à l'amélioration de la qualité de la production et au conditionnement des produits, de promouvoir la transformation industrielle du café qui est très important, de promouvoir le café congolais, non seulement sur le marché international, y compris le marché interrégional, promouvoir la distribution et la consommation nationale du café. C'est pour cette raison que cette relance s'appuiera sur 3 volets importants. Le premier volet, c'est l'amélioration de la productivité des plantations, la restructuration des circuits de commercialisation et enfin, la promotion de la transformation locale. Le gouvernement de la République du Congo remercie très sincèrement l'Organisation interafricaine du café pour l'organisation de ce forum politique virtuel de haut niveau. Merci.
Thank you very much, the Minister from the Republic of Congo. We've learned about the difficulties brought about by the COVID pandemic. The lockdown has affected transportation of goods, including coffee and other commodities. It's also the closing of borders have led to a shortage of labor for harvesting and for processing. Small processing facilities have been closed down as a result of flooding and all that. So these are some of the difficulties that the Republic faces, but government is not daunted at all. They are taking measures. The institution of a new coffee and cocoa authority to deal with these issues, including the revamping of small processing plants and the introduction of new varieties of coffee, the storage of the harvest, the maintenance of rural roads are some of the measures that the government is taking to ameliorate the situation as it is. Thank you very much for this enlightenment. I would call on the Secretary General to announce the next speaker on this forum. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we have the Minister from the Democratic Republic of Congo, Before then, I want to also recognize the ambassador of DRC to Cote d'Ivoire, Madame Isabella Ngongela, who is here with us. But we were informed that the minister would be with us, so either the minister or his representative of DRC.
Oui, je suis en ligne. Bonjour tout le monde. Je ne sais pas si vous me captez. Allô?
Oh, okay.
Le ministre de l'Agriculture.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Yes.
You are most welcome, Minister. So you can go ahead with your presentation.
Est-ce que vous me captez? Bonjour tout le monde. Allô? Allô?
Good morning.
Good morning.
Oui, le ministre de l'Agriculture de la RDC veut vous parler, mais ça ne passe pas. Je ne sais pas si vous me captez.
Mr. Chairman, are you hearing the minister?
Yes, I'm hearing the minister, and the interpretation is coming through quite clearly.
OK, si vous m'attendez, je salue tout le monde. Oui.
Mr. Chairman,
Okay.
unfortunately, I'm not hearing the interpretation.
Allô? Communication.
Yes, I'm here. Can the minister hear me? The DRC Congo Minister for Agriculture?
Yes, you are audible. We are hearing you.
We are hearing you, Mr. Minister of Congo.
OK. Je salue tout le monde et je vous remercie pour cette conférence. Le Congo démocratique veut rentrer comme membre actif dans notre association. Nous avons lancé un programme de plus de 52 000 hectares de café et de cacao que nous voulons réaliser à partir de l'année prochaine. Nous sommes en train de chercher les financements partout. Nous voulons combiner ce programme avec le programme de reboisement dans toutes nos savanes qui ont été déboisées. Donc, ça nous permettra de relancer ces deux cultures. Les études sont déjà faites et nous sommes prêts à nous engager pour fournir le café et le cacao de meilleure qualité. D'ailleurs, nous voulons que les deux variétés qui sont l'arabica et le robusta soient produites en grande quantité dans les pays. Et cela nous permettra de récupérer la place qui était la nôtre dans le passé. Je vous remercie. Ça passe pas.
Secretary General, has this representation been concluded?
Yeah, the minister has finished. We are now going to hear the statement from the Minister of Guinea.
Republic of Guinea.
Yes, sir.
Well, before I invite the minister from the Republic of Guinea, the short statement made by the minister from DRC means that the government is preparing to relaunch the production of coffee and cocoa with a clearance of 58,000 hectares to be planted with high varieties of the two commodities for next year. I believe it's 2021 when the studies and everything has been completed. And I guess that they are hoping that this project would lead to the revival of the two commodities in the DRC. That is my take on his presentation. I would now want to call on the Minister for Agriculture from the Republic of Guinea to make his presentation. The floor is yours, sir.
Mr. Chairman, the Minister is represented by Madame Aminata Koroma, representing the Minister of Commerce of Guinea.
Minister of Commerce.
Yeah, Minister of Commerce is the one
Madam, you have
responsible
the floor. Madam Aminata, you have the floor, please.
Please unmute your microphone, Madam Aminata. If Madam Aminata is having problems, Mr. Chairman, we can hear from Madam.
Bonjour à tous, vous m'entendez? Oui, vous m'entendez maintenant?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we can hear the statement from the Minister of Cameroon, represented by the ambassador.
The ambassador of Cameroon, please, you have the floor. The representative for Cameroon, the ambassador, you have the floor if you can hear us.
If not, Mr. Chairman, then the representative of the Minister of Togo, Mr. Gouton.
Okay, so is Mr. Gouton ready to take the floor? Can you hear us?
Madam Aminata is back.
Vous m'entendez? Yes. Vous m'entendez? Oh là là.
Yeah. Madam Aminata, the chair has given you the floor.
Bonjour à tous. Si vous m'entendez, vous pouvez juste me dire que vous m'entendez, s'il vous plaît.
Yes, we can hear now.
Oui, j'entends, mais est-ce...
On vous entend.
Ok, très bien. Bonjour à tous. D'accord. Merci. Monsieur le Président, permettez-moi tout d'abord de vous féliciter au nom de son Excellence l'archiduc Boubacar Bari, ministre du Commerce en tant que président de l'organisation 2020 et pour avoir invité mon pays à participer à cette 60e Assemblée générale de notre organisation. Je suis convaincu qu'avec votre grande expérience et sous votre présidence, cette session connaîtra des conclusions fructueuses de tous les États membres de l'OIAC. La République de Guinée apprécie à juste titre les thèmes de la présente Assemblée, à savoir la gestion de l'impact de la pandémie du Covid-19 en Afrique et l'amélioration de la consommation domestique du café en Afrique, car il aborde d'une part une préoccupation mondiale et d'autre part des préoccupations nationales. Comme vous le savez, la pandémie du Covid-19 a frappé toutes les États en marge de cette réalité. Le gouvernement guinéen n'a ménagé aucun effort pour soutenir tous les secteurs de l'économie guinéenne, notamment le secteur agricole, dont le café et d'autres produits d'exportation. Il faut rappeler que les par la pandémie du Covid-19 sont en train d'être fournis par le gouvernement guinéen, ayant subi des pertes et d'autres. C'est un programme qui ira de 2021. Mais il est important de rappeler que les mesures liées au confinement au début de la COVID-19 ont eu un impact particulier sur le transport des marchandises des zones de production vers la capitale et aussi sur l'exportation de l'Ouest au niveau de la CEDEAO, mais aussi au niveau international, les produits d'exportation générale ont eu leurs difficultés. Mais il est temps de ramener nationalement avant le Covid-19 . Vous m'entendez? Je suis de nouveau de retour. J'ai eu un problème, un souci de connexion. Vous m'entendez? Je peux intervenir, continuer mon intervention?
Yes, oui, please, carry on.
OK. C'est la Guinée, je peux intervenir. Je ministre congolais qui parle là, je ne comprends pas. La parole est à la Guinée ou au Congo?
Yes,
The chairman said
we are
yes.
waiting for.
Excuse me, the floor is for Guinea or RDC? Que je sais même pas si on
c'est vous qui avez la parole, madame.
Oui, mais je ne sais pas. OK, j'étais en train de dire qu'au plan national, une des priorités de M. le Président de la République, le professeur Alpha Condé, avant même l'avènement du COVID-19, c'était un accent particulier à deux secteurs, le café et l'anacarde. Le café se trouve en Guinée forestière et dans le Fouta. L'objectif est de déployer des filières qui permettent aux exploitants guinéens de café de vivre de leur production et à l'État de faire rentrer des devises. Donc ici, l'objectif est double. L'objectif social et l'objectif économique. Et le président de la République lui-même a fait importer du Rwanda des semences d'Arabica confiées à l'Institut de recherche agronomique de Guinée, dont une partie sera cultivée à titre pédagogique à l'école. Aujourd'hui, des millions de plants ont été d'arbres. Au plan africain, comme je le disais tantôt, la Guinée considère que c'est un produit important en termes de consommation intérieure des exploitants. Il constitue une priorité pour le développement social. Les acteurs de la filière ont besoin de toute une série de mesures d'accompagnement afin de permettre aux produits d'atteindre les consommateurs par des canaux appropriés. C'est pourquoi il est indispensable d'améliorer l'accès aux informations commerciales sur le café, l'adoption de stratégies adoptées pour soutenir la production, la transformation, le commerce intra-africain du secteur café, ainsi que la promotion de la consommation nationale dans les États producteurs, créant ainsi des opportunités pour la création de la chaîne de valeur du café africain. La réalisation de ce noble objectif est un défi majeur à relever par l'Afrique, susceptible de conduire vers une autonomisation économique des acteurs du café, notamment les jeunes et les femmes qui sont impliqués dans ce secteur, pour un développement inclusif du contexte. La coordination des principaux acteurs au niveau national et international pour la mise en œuvre de programmes et projets visant africains de qualité et de quantité. Vous me recevez?
Maintenant,
Yes.
Vous me recevez maintenant? Les affaires, ainsi que la transformation industrielle à travers des investissements et le transfert de technologies sont autant d'éléments qui contribueront à faciliter les échanges, donc à permettre la diversification et l'autonomisation économique pour un développement inclusif et durable. Monsieur le Président, est une réponse efficace et les solutions aux problèmes qui se posent aux pays africains pour arriver à faire face aux contraintes de la filière café. C'est pourquoi elle recommande l'adoption de cet accord qui permettra à l'OIAC de jouer un rôle actif, non seulement sur le plan national. Pour terminer, Monsieur le Président, je voudrais réitérer l'appui de la République de Guinée aux activités de l'OIAC, notamment en ce qui concerne la mise en œuvre de son nouvel accord qui prend en compte les priorités guinéennes dans la création de chaînes de valeur agricole africaines de la filière café. Toute chose qui permettra au gouvernement guinéen d'atteindre le développement socio-économique, de réduction de la pauvreté et de développement durable pour le bien-être de ses populations. Je vous remercie et toutes mes excuses pour la défaillance de la connectivité.
Thank you very much, Madam, for all the efforts that you've made in spite of the frustration of the internet to make your contribution. And I see your contribution to be significant in the sense that the information that you're given seems to go along the presentations this morning, which is that countries are making the effort to promote domestic consumption as a way of supporting the local industry. That because of the lockdown of the COVID, transportation, just like in other countries, was affected badly. So goods, including coffee harvested, could not be moved from the farming areas into the urban areas and to the exports and to the ports for export abroad. Importation of Arabica coffee from Rwanda have taken place to the Agronomic Institute as teaching material, but you don't tell us to what impact, whether it's just for study or to replicate the planting material for distribution to farmers, which I guess is what you were trying to say. As you said, the adoption of strategies for production, processing, and inter-African trade, including domestic consumption, has been the areas that your government has been focusing on in order to deal with the impact of the COVID. Thank you very much. Now we move on to the next speaker. If the minister from Rwanda or Cameroon are here, they can take the floor. Otherwise, Togo also indicated their presence and they wanted to make their presentation. So, Mrs. Secretary General, please indicate who is ready to take the floor.
Mr. Chairman, I've just been informed that Togo, the speaker was required to go to State House suddenly, so he's sorry that he can't make his presentation. I'm not sure about what has happened to Cameroon.
What about Rwanda?
Rwanda, the minister had logged on, then I don't know, she seems to have dropped off. But I've seen people from the Rwanda. Miss.
Hello?
Okay.
Excellencies,
okay, Claude.
ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to you all.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I'm here representing the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda. She had another meeting, so she could not remain on the call. So thank you very much for this opportunity. The government of Rwanda has an ambitious national strategic plan for agriculture transformation with the aim of developing the country's agriculture sector. And this is very crucial for not only for the sector, but also for the socio-economic conditions for its citizens. So Rwanda coffee plays a major role in the economy of the country, contributing significantly to foreign exchange earnings and to the monetization of the rural economy. Rwanda now is exporting coffee, a very good proportion of coffee that is fully washed, as well as coffee that is roasted to the world, especially to the United States, Europe, Switzerland, United Kingdom, and Belgium, and Asia, Singapore, and Japan. And we also export our coffee in some of our neighboring countries and other African countries. So Rwandan coffee has been one of the best brewed in the world. It has scooped some international awards such as Best of the Best and Coffee Lover's Choice in a competition that attracted brands from many countries around the world. So Rwandan coffee started trading. Currently, Rwandan coffee is being traded on the world's largest e-commerce platform, Alibaba, after the government of Rwanda agreement with Alibaba to use this platform to trade Rwandan coffee. When it comes to local consumption, numbers are showing that the consumption is still low in the country, but in the last decade, coffee drinking culture has been taking root, especially amongst the middle income groups. Coffee shops and coffee houses that are conveniently located in shopping centers and around the country have been established, and most are used, and most of them are usually busy, especially when it comes to local competitions or when it comes to engaging also universities, but also other busy places around the city. We have around 50 coffee shops alone in Kigali. This is an indicator for 2020, just comparing it to only one shop that we had back in 2000. So this has encouraged more people to drink coffee. And we have local brands that are well known now around the world. And they have opened up shops in Kigali and around the country, as well as in restaurants, so as to promote the Rwandan brand, but as well as creating employment opportunities, especially among the youth. These shops are opening up branches in East African countries, and Rwanda seeks to expand this culture or this practice to other African countries. So when it comes to the impact of COVID-19 on the Rwandan coffee sector, as it was said by other delegates, Rwanda has seen a negative impact of COVID-19 in the coffee sector, especially around 4 or 5 areas. The first one being reduction of coffee exported and revenues, demand for specialty coffee that is now declining, export delayed due to measures to contain the pandemic locally, but also to the fact of the closure of borders, the method of payments, especially to farmers using new technologies, like money transfers without touching cash, and especially supervision and of harvesting and processing activities to ensure good quality. And this is also being challenged when it comes to the social distancing measure that is being put in place. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me inform the meeting about the upcoming World Coffee Producers Forum. Rwanda, from the 3rd to 5th November 2021, Rwanda will be hosting the third World Coffee Producers Forum, providing the Rwandan coffee industry a unique opportunity to not only market its coffee, but to discuss and find solutions to every important issues that coffee producers face. The forum is a platform for producers to voice their concerns on many issues threatening their livelihoods and production. We are anticipating to welcome slightly above 1,000 delegates from 40 countries producing coffee across the globe, with members of the wider coffee industry. This includes policymakers, NGOs, industry leaders, traders, roasters, importers, exporters, and producers. The main objective of the forum is to bring together coffee producers, industry leaders, economists, and analysts, given the challenges faced by all country members on the same issues I've raised before. So the forum will be focusing on the following: the sustainability of the global coffee value chain, the decline in coffee farmers' incomes, issues around climate change, and measures to enhance productivity in coffee production and processing. And mainly, this forum will bring attention to the measures to put in place to contain or to deal with the pandemic, COVID-19 pandemic in the coffee industry. So this will be the intersection of coffee and sustainable development, especially economic sustainability, rural development, and socioeconomic indicators, and adaptation to climate change. So you are all welcome. I'm taking this advantage to actually welcome all delegates from our organization to attend the upcoming third World Coffee Producers Forum that will be held in Kigali, Rwanda in November 2021. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the Minister of Agriculture and Animal Resources of the Republic of Rwanda, I thank you very much for your kind attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for quite a concise presentation of what is happening in Rwanda, concluding with an invitation to delegates on this platform to Third World Coffee Producers Forum coming up in Kigali in 2021. I think the interesting things that were said, quite innovative ways of promoting coffee exports, coffee's importance in the economy, promoting of washed coffee and processed coffee for export mainly. And the products have won quite a range of international awards. And significantly, Rwanda Coffee is on the platform, the Alibaba platform to trade in coffee. Domestic consumption is low, but there are signs that it's beginning to pick up with the rise in coffee houses for retail consumption in Rwanda and beyond. By the year 2000, there was only one coffee shop. Now there are 15 in Kigali alone. and others, and they're outside the Kigali region, promote the Rwanda brand to neighboring countries is what they are trying to do. The negative impact of COVID was a reduction in exports. They are adapting new methods of paying on farm, using money transfers for payment, for labor, for harvesting, and other agronomic practices. We find quite new. So this is what is happening, and again, us to be part of the upcoming World Coffee Producers Forum, where 1,000 delegates are expected across the value chain around the world, researchers, traders, exporters, experts in various areas. So that is the information put out by the government on Rwanda through this platform. We invite the next speaker, and I would want the Secretary General, if any delegate has indicated their willingness to do a presentation, they are welcome to do so. Secretary General.
Mr. Chairman, we were waiting for the ambassador of Cameroon. Doesn't seem as if she's here. Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, from the list I was given, those are the speakers who had requested to speak, because Togo is not available now. He had to go to another meeting, and at some point it was brought to my attention that Mr. Amir Hamza was asking for the floor, but of course it was not possible when the speeches were going on. I don't know whether he's still available to he's the chairman of AFCA, Mr. Amir Hamza.
Yes.
Otherwise, Mr. Chairman, it's now at your predisposition to continue as you decide.
Okay, so thank you very much. We have Togo going off for an emergency meeting, so they are off. Cameroon is off. So far this morning and this afternoon, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we've had 7 presentations and all very, very interesting. We started off with the Prime Minister of Ethiopia, our patron, who did a fantastic job telling us about what is happening in Ethiopia with coffee, the coffee industry, and what COVID has done and how their measures that they are taking to circumvent or to minimize the impact of COVID on the Ethiopian coffee industry. I mean, there are a lot of large domestic consumption, new markets being found in China and other non-traditional areas of the world. Local roasters have been assisted with finance. The private sector is playing a leading role. Large producers are being given direct support to export directly, which is new to me because I've always known that the Ethiopian coffee industry is very well controlled. And to hear that the private sector, the large producers are now being allowed to export on their own is something which is new to me, but it's very positive in that respect. There's also the interesting thing about the scheme to attract the youth into production, to promote production among the youth by providing them with land finance, extension services, and it's been instrumental in increasing production, not only in terms of productivity, but also quality assurance and traceability and all those things that the world now demands, consumers around the world now demand of any responsible coffee producer. So that was very enlightening, and I would like to thank the Prime Minister for such detailed and very technical presentation, which set us off with Madame Sako, the Commissioner for Agriculture, coming in to tell us about what the AU is trying to do in order to support coffee, setting up a task force made up of representatives from IFAD, World Food Program, the World Bank, FAO, and EU. Is something that I find very, very positive intervention by EU. The Malabo Declaration number 5, which seeks to increase intra-African trade in coffee, cocoa, and other soft commodities, is also a very welcome development. And I wish the EU success in this, because obviously we have the instruments, the legal instruments, and we set up the institutions for the new inter-African trade. But we need these to be driven. I mean, and I'm glad that AU is taking such initiatives to make it happen, at least for the soft commodities, in terms of bringing success to the intra-African trade and improving domestic consumption. In other words, the instrument of increasing domestic consumption and promoting intra-African trade will be, these are the two which we're hoping will drive the success of the African coffee industry in the coming years. And we're glad to hear that the AU is in the forefront of that. The lady from the Afri-Exim Bank also assisted us with what the bank is doing and what they to help promote African coffee. Talking about the inter-African trade as well, commodity exporters to promote value addition, that the bank is prepared to assist in financing value addition activities, inter-African trade, and also extra-African trade as well. Negative impact on exporting countries of coffee of the COVID has been the retail sales have, the exports have gone down. We are hoping that they will be able to support the financing of retail coffee sales, packaging of coffee in during this period of pandemic. And they've targeted the coffee sector, the upstream, the midstream, the downstream, expansion of production, processing, and investment in industrial parks to be able to promote these activities for African manufacturers and so on. So that is the role that Exim Bank, the Afro-Exim is hoping to play. Then we came to the country experiences from the Republic of Congo, from the Democratic Republic of Congo, DRC, the Republic of Guinea, Rwanda, and these all point to more or less the same strategy of promoting domestic consumption. It's one, and also the intra-African trade. Everyone is pointing to that. The impacts of COVID have been the same, that the lockdowns slow down transportation and movement of labor for harvesting and so on. So these all negatively affected the production of coffee, and measures that have been taken to mitigate the impact by all these African countries seem to be going in the same direction as I have already mentioned. So it's been a very interesting session. I've learned a few things, and I'm sure that delegates have also learned a few things from each other that we adopt some of these strategies in our own countries as a way of reducing the impact of COVID and staying with us all these hours shows the kind of interest and the solidarity that IACO membership have among themselves. I would like to thank you all for this session, and I hope the Secretariat has taken the points, and the report should be circulated to all members of IACO in a documented manner, in a report form, so that we can follow up on how countries are learning from each other and how we are all progressing towards increased domestic consumption and increased processing of our coffee for intra-African trade and also from outside. So thank you very much. With this summary, I would like to call upon the very able Secretary General to give us the closing procedures for today's work. Thank you. So, Secretary General.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to thank you very much for the way you have guided us in today's deliberations. Thank you very much for the earlier part of the morning where you represented your president, your head of state at the opening ceremony. And we thank you, Mr. Chairman, for guiding the discussions during the high-level policy forum. The Secretariat will compile the report from the deliberations of the high-level policy forum, and this will be made available to the member states, Mr. Chairman. And this will be a feature that will be part of the annual meetings every year, perhaps maybe done differently. But we are very grateful to the members, the member states, and to the honorable ministers who have spared their time and they have made their presentations to us today, and the people who have represented their ministers. Mr. Chairman, this marks the end of today's meetings, the general meetings, and then tomorrow we will have the symposium. We will start with the first session of the symposium, the 8th African Coffee Symposium, and it will begin at 9 a.m. GMT tomorrow morning, and that will continue to the afternoon. Day on Thursday, we'll continue with the second day of the symposium, and on Friday, we will have the annual General Assembly. So, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to thank you very much for your time and your commitment, and we'll convene again at 9 a.m. GMT tomorrow. But Mr. Chairman, the members of the Finance Committee will have a meeting at 2 p.m. This afternoon. So I think the Secretariat has already communicated to them.
All right. Okay, so that is the information from the Secretary General about this Finance Committee meeting today. And then tomorrow we hope to see you at 9 o'clock for the symposium. Thank you.